Greetings, family. So, believe it or not, I have been sitting in this chair for about 4 hours. Um, Trying to, and I was up all night, truth be told, greetings, Veoni, trying to pull together this big idea for today's live. And, child, I don't feel no closer. Greetings, Sage Page. I don't feel no closer than I did last night. Um, we gonna go with what we have. Yeah, we gonna go with what we got and make of it what we need to, because I have a lot to talk to you guys today about. But let me grab a couple of things. That little 10 minutes went like lightning. Yeah, I got a lot to talk to y'all about, and let me pull it in order. Let's see. Okay, so that is that there. So I think what I'm gonna do is just sit on here until it's time to reach our until it's time to read our conspiracy, so I can at least put my notes in some semblance of order while we're waiting for others to come on. I had big ambitions for today, and that's just what they were, ambitions. Okay, because first of all, you remember what I told you guys the assignment was day before yesterday. I had to say no today. And I was like, why do I feel so uncomfortable in my actual body, like defending my position? You feel me? And I came to realize that it was one of those breakthrough moments. I didn't know it was going to be that deep. I didn't know that the act of saying no wasn't just going to be, hold on, wasn't just going to be, quote, me saying no, that it was actually going to represent a goddamn breakthrough moment, like an actual ass breakthrough moment. So that happened. And I was sitting there, like, trying to be, when it first happened, trying to be like stilled in the justness of my no response. And as soon as I gave myself a half a second, I could feel myself like I could feel myself like sliding into guilt, like feeling guilty about my decision, though my body, and I'm telling you, my head waged war with me. My head waged war with me. Nah, you know you need to do that. You know what I'm saying? You know what the situation is. You call back and say, yeah, you'll do it. Like when I tell you it was a full on battle today, I did not think it was going to be. And my battle was not with the person that I said no to. My battle was with me. Like sticking to what my intuition was telling me versus what my logic was trying to, you know, intervene in to walk me back. You feel me? And so I didn't know that was going to be a whole thing today. And then last night, I sat down to study for today because today is really a monumental day outside of, you know, what is attempting to galvanize all of our attention. And I am going to talk about that thing that is galvanizing everybody's attention, but I'm going to talk about it from a different perspective. And let's see, it's 4:07. So hope y'all got y'all pen and paper. And then I want to look up one more thing before I pull out stuff to do the reading. Um, yeah. So, let's see what's okay, cool. So I hope you guys are all well. I hope y'all are feeling victorious and triumphant. I know sometimes it's hard to when the noise gets noisier, when the distractions become more persistent. But I hope we can keep in the front of our mind that the louder the noise is, it really does mean the more desperate they are. The louder the noise is, the more desperate they are. So don't walk your shit back. Like keep your forward momentum, keep advancing. You feel me? Um, because there is no shortage, no shortage of just of things happening today that are attempting to get you off your square. I have to admit, I too have been tempted to get up off my square. You feel me? So that's part of what I'm going to talk to you guys about today. And yeah, that's part of what we're going to talk about today. Okay, so let me look up one thing. Oh, okay, we got 1 minute. All right, 2 minutes. Okay, it was. All right. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, greetings, everybody. I'm just taking a second, this last little second, to look one thing up that I wanted to look up. Yeah, my phone, man. Ugh. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, so it's 11. It's 11:11. Um, Universal time or Universal Standard Time. So let's get started because that really didn't do for me what I had intended. So let's get started. All right. Shoot. Mother. Dang. At least I was on here at 11:11. Shit. My computer has been acting up since yesterday, day before yesterday, actually. Okay. Man, can y'all hear me? Oh, shit. It's going to have to do. Okay. Greetings, everyone. So, my name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates. We are going to um, read the conspiracy to right all wrongs. All right. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, uh, Iyami Ajay, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mothers and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who would or who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the reavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the reavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dart. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution, as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions. We create the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of harm and hate erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now, we employ our sacred breath and give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Ajay. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate through all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. So I'm gonna have the revised version of the conspiracy up today. That is my commitment for today. All right. So I am glad to see you all in the space. Um, yes, there's so much that I want to talk to you about today. And when I tell you the reason that y'all didn't get a live yesterday is because from about 1 o'clock in the afternoon till about 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm not joking. Till about 2 o'clock in the morning, when I absolutely just could not keep my eyelids open no more. I was in front of this computer studying, trying to prioritize what was the most important thing to talk to you today, because there is so much. How to keep, even though some of the things that I'm going to talk to you about may seem dismal, how to frame the context in a way that you don't receive it dismally. You understand what I'm saying? So yesterday was a real task, child. That's all I got to say about that. Yesterday was a real task. Yesterday was a real task. Yesterday was a real task. Let me, before I forget, read the temples, our regular conspiracy, which is the glorious conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra-Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so now. We, as the representatives of the mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, Mommy and I are one. And then the last standard piece of business is to read the what's the word? The prophecy, the prophecy delivered by, and they don't say which Sibyl, but delivered by an African Sibyl in the year 150 AD. So I'll read that now. Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome by the strife her people shall perish. Rome is doomed to perish, and that indeed by the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred, and being the enemy of righteousness, it destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee sometime from above a heavenly stroke deserved, O haughty Rome, and thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck and be raised to the ground, and these shall fire destructive utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish. Ooh. And wolves and foxes dwell in thy foundation, and then shalt thou be wholly desolate as if not born. Ooh, shit. Ooh. Y'all, I have so much to talk to y'all about today. Woo. Okay? Listen, let me just tell you, where do I need to start? All right? Where do I need to start? Where do I need to start, child? Where do I need to start? So much, okay? Let's start with what is on the minds of everybody right now. Let's start with that. Because yesterday was Venus Day. Yesterday was Friday the 13th, right? And I told you I started studying for this live yesterday at 1. And so since that's where I started my study, because I had intended to do a live yesterday and the study got so deep, I was like, I'm gonna have to put it off to tomorrow. So yesterday, my study started with it being Friday the 13th, and with that, knowing that today was the 14th, that today was the acting figurehead of this empire. His birthday is today, and that he was going to, quote, celebrate his birthday with a military show of force that that cost approximately $100 million, right? That in response or in reaction to this campaign strategy that he was going to execute today, that there were going to be many millions of people in the streets of these major cities that he has professed to set his sights on to intensify his military campaign, his strategic military campaign, right? But it was his birthday. It's his birthday today. And then I told you maybe 2 days ago that because I don't pay attention to him like y'all do, you feel me? I didn't pay attention to nothing of any significance around this dude personally, right? I knew he was a tyrant before he went into office. And so I had the first thing I started with was his birthday. You feel me? That his birthday is today. And today, numerologically, is a number 11 day. So I was like, damn, that means something, right? Oh, fuck. Not only is today, okay, yeah, all right. Give me a second. Not only is today a numerological 11 day, but yesterday, being Friday the 13th, is yesterday was a numerological number 1 day. Was a numerological number 1 day. Then, and while I was in just the numerology of my research, I was watching a TikTok, and they were like, and the TikTok was about today, but when the content creator started talking, they did not refer to him by his name. They referred to him by, well, I guess a lot of people are calling him his number 47. I was like, oh fuck, right? So his him being this being him representing president number 11 numerologically, because 4 and 7 is 4 and 7 is 11. There was something else. Hold on. And then yeah. 4 and 7 is the number 11. But I was like, God damn. He was also the 45th president, which represents the number 9. And because this government, all governments, whether you believe it or not, is inconsequential. All governments love to hide shit in plain sight. They love to hide shit in plain sight. They love to play with you with numerology and astrology and like the symbolism, the mythological symbolism of astrology and all of that shit. So we were already having a moment about the fact that this dude, I didn't know until 3 days ago, this dude is a Gemini sun, and that Kamala Harris was a Gemini rising. I was like, what the fuck, right? Because we had been talking, I'd really harped on more about the fact that both of them have like heavy Gemini placements, as all of this crazy insane shit was happening in Gemini season. And that's all we've been talking about since February is the prolific amount of how do I want to phrase that? The prolific presence of twin energy in the culture since we entered the new year, like beating you over the head with twin energy before we entered Gemini season, almost like it was prepping us for entry into Gemini season, right? And so we have talked at extraordinary length about twin energy, Gemini, right? And so I talked to you, I think it was Thursday, about just reminding you about what happened the first week, all the crazy, insane shit shit you should not even be able to write as real life happening the week that we enter Gemini season. The two plantations burn into the ground, the 11 black inmates who escaped from prison in the same state of Louisiana, all 11 of these inmates being freaking Geminis. Crazy still saying that shit out loud, right? And so I kept saying from our entry into the Gemini season, I was like, we've been talking about this shit since January, this twin energy shit, and how prolific it is and how it's showing up everywhere. And it's showing up so deep that you can't miss it. All this time it had always been kind of background noise, but now it's like in your face, in your face, in your face, in your face, right? So that's what I was harping on yesterday, was the Gemini aspect. Okay, he a Gemini, she was a Gemini rising, and they literally represented the extreme opposition of the dual twin energy. One's a male, one's a female, one's old as Methuselah, one is relatively young, one's white, one's black. I mean, goddamn. I don't know how much clearer that shit could be, right? Like here you've got what? The white, male, wealthy, out of balance representation of the sun, the S-O-N and the S-U-N, right? And then which I told you leads to what? When the sun is unanchored for too long, when the sun is in its utmost position for too long, what happens? It descends into madness. It descends into madness, right? We call it fire blazing out of control. It's just like crazy, and it's just burning everything in its path. It's just destroying everything in its path, right? And then you have the extreme opposite, and I said this is what? 12 noon in the desert, no yin present. 12 noon in the desert. That's what this represents. That's Trump with a literal T. Oh my God. Y'all, I cannot with this shit. I can't. I can't. I cannot. I cannot. They did that shit on purpose. Fuck. I cannot. What the? I cannot. Anyway, literally represented by this cross, y'all. Okay? Literally represented by this cross, y'all. Because what have I always told you, this cross represents? This cross represents utmost yang, fire, blazing, uncontrolled. What this means is this very tip top point here that represents utmost yang is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. That point in human history where the feminine presence is completely removed. Where the feminine presence is completely removed, and it's not an accident that this period in history is represented by what we would call a positive sign, but which is also the cross. Do you understand? And then I'm just having this whole ass moment because I'm like, fuck, this is Trump. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. With the actual positive symbol representing the peak personification of the sun, aka the Father, gone rogue. Gone rogue. Do you hear me? The extreme opposition is midnight on a dark moon, midnight on a new moon. And so when Kamala was thrusted forward, listen to me, goddamn, this wasn't even part of the presentation, but listen to me, like when Kamala Harris was put forward, child, as the great black hope, somebody about to be mad. Somebody about to be mad. When Kamala Harris, and they didn't even waste no time. When Kamala Harris, 3 days after the bullshitting ass Trump assassination attempt, you hear me? And nobody asked no questions about that. Why was it a young white nationalist? Why would a young white nationalist be attempting assassination on his idol? Didn't nobody ask that? Like as soon as you heard about it, it was as soon as they stopped talking about it. You hear me? 3 days after the so-called bullshit ass assassination attempt, the Democratic Party, um, said, you know what? We just gonna bypass the whole democratic process. We ain't gonna run nobody from within our party, judge their background to see who is the best candidate to represent us. You know what I'm saying? We just gonna bypass the whole thing. We just gonna thrust Kamala forward. No democratic process in your own Democratic Party. But because we have been made political opportunists, we didn't even book back, right? Why did they do that? Like, yeah, Kamala is my girl, but like there is a process that this shit has been functioning on all this time. It has to at least look democratic, especially for the Democratic Party. Did nobody care? As soon as they thrust that girl forward, they's like, hey, girl, you up. You up. You got your hair right, you feel me? You got on the right uniform, you feel me? You up. 3 days after we kept saying it. Like this was the flimsiest script we ever seen. Like they don't even have to be good writers. No, Trump, the president, don't even have to the president, the candidates, they don't even have to write good scripts, no, but they ain't even got good script writers. Like we supposed to believe this shit? Like everybody was cracking jokes like this shit is flimsy. Okay. We didn't care because 3 days later at the Democratic convention, after his assassination attempt, guess what had happened? No questions, no quote, bullshit ass democratic process. They thrust her forward and y'all fell right in line like they knew that you would. Like they knew that you would. Not only did y'all fall right in line, listen, she immediately became, Oh, I see what y'all saying. I was wondering what was going on in here. Thank y'all. I was not even paying attention. Okay. So she immediately became a rock star overnight. What was the number? 88 million that y'all raised for her in 48 hours? 88 million. 88 million that y'all raised for her in 48 hours. You feel me? And I was saying what I was saying. I was stating my position that this does not change my position about the voting process. It hasn't changed. I will not be voting for Kamala. I said it all along the line. I have friends that I love and have known very long come up in my inbox with some bullshit. Listen, I ain't heard nothing that has swayed my position. Not nothing. Not nothing. And her being Negro adjacent is not enough. Not enough. You feel me? But I know how the state is. So I'm looking. I did not know that she had a Gemini rising and that he was a Gemini sun. I did not know that. So now in retrospect, I'm like, oh, this is the evidence of what I was telling y'all then. This is a script. And these days they don't even have to write a good script because you have listen, they have been successful. When they talked all that time in the beginning about the shock and awe campaign, that right after he got elected, and for them next few weeks, it was like a goddamn mantra, shock and awe. Y'all are not gonna believe what we have in store for the next year. It's gonna be a shock and awe campaign like never seen before. It's gonna be a shock. They just kept repeating that shit over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. And y'all thought it was gonna be just the overt shit. The overt shit is the distractionary shit, bitch. The overt shit is the distraction. Yes, it causes shock and awe. All this right into the new year. Freaking crazy, hurricanes going all the way up into North Carolina, fires decimating LA, all of this stuff, everywhere, not just here, everywhere. And what that does, and it's a military strategy actually, to shock and awe, to overwhelm you to the point that your fight or flight senses are burnt out. When I tell you right now today, all of this shit happening in LA, and what you're seeing is real. I don't care what nobody else says. Now, you cannot believe the media's interpretation of what you see, but what you see with your eyes is actually happening. You just have to do what I've always told you to do. Whatever the news say, take the immediate and opposing position. If they saying that the protesters are rioting, if they saying that the protesters are being violent, if they saying it's the protesters burning shit, take the immediate opposing position on strength and don't waver from that position. All these people talking about, the police are just trying to do their job. The same LAPD that's been killed over 700 people in the last 10 years, that LAPD, the same Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, them. But now they're benevolent. They're just acting as peacekeepers. But I tell you, do not, because what they are counting on is that people here are so overwhelmed. Nobody at all in a week of news has been talking about how can this fucking lunatic do what he is doing to people who are still open, still have gaping wounds from this fire and the impact that it had on the city. How can he didn't do a damn thing for the city when the city was burning, but now all of a sudden he gung-ho to quote make LA safe from quote illegal citizens. That's your priority? You feel me? Do not believe nothing. As a matter of fact, if you're going to watch this shit to keep abreast of what's happening, your default is to take the extreme and opposing position of everything you see coming through this instrument. Do you hear me? So on top of that, in hindsight, you feel me? That's what these campaigns are meant to do. That's why they are called shock and awe campaigns, is they literally burn you out. They burn your fight or flight senses out. You hear me? And so this thing is happening 24 hours a day for a week now. And I have literally been, yesterday was the first day I've left my house and I can't even remember how long. I was so utterly disgusted. I remember the night I told y'all, okay, it was Thursday night, because I was like, look, they talking about bringing in the National Guard. I know what happened the last time, and they didn't even bring the Guard in. They just brought out, LAPD has one of the most proficient riot teams. They have their own tanks, LAPD. Tanks, like actual tanks, painted like cop cars. So I'm like, why are they calling in the Guard when COVID hit and they imposed a damn a curfew? There was tanks on every street. It looked like straight up warfare at this beach for the first week of COVID. So like, why they bring the Guard on the first day after the damn demonstrations done dissipated? When if it was that serious, this malignant ass police force would have brought out their own riot team. You feel me? But I was like, they bringing in the damn National Guard, and I know what the city looked like when they brought out the riot team. I'm not trying to get stuck in this city, because every road, every side road, every neighborhood road, man, it was crazy trying to get out of this city. You feel me? So I was like, I ain't getting stuck up in here. You feel me? I'll go right on the outskirts of town to one of these little towns that's about 15, 20 minutes away from my house just to peep the technique. And I come back home on Friday, and I'm expecting it to look like a ghost town in my neck of the woods because of what's happening in the city. And I pulled into Hollywood, child. Literally, my mouth was open. I was like, what am I looking at? Thousands and thousands. And when I tell you thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking people from my entry into off the freeway into Hollywood. And I don't live from the freeway, but I don't even know if I live a full mile from the freeway. I don't even think I live a full mile from the freeway. And from the freeway to my house, the streets were packed, jam packed full of people. This ICE, Trump, this shit was strategic. It wasn't a random day that they chose to do ICE raids. They deliberately chose one of the busiest weeks in this city, Pride Week. They deliberately chose the day before Pride. The day before Pride, like the weekend celebrations and shit, to make this thing happen because they know how people are. That show is bad what's happening down there, but bitch, it's Pride Week. It show is terrible what's happening to these people, but it's Pride Week, bitch. If it's still going next week, maybe I'll do something. They're worth that. When I tell you, the parade did not end. There were videos of drag queens. Like I live right on the edge, like literally right on the edge of what they call, like literally 2 blocks from what they call the beginning of what they call the beginning of the gay district, right? Like I can literally walk there in 5 minutes where you cross over into gay district. And so that is where they do this massive parade every year. It's like the third largest parade. It's like the third largest pride parade in this country. And so no deviation, baby. All that shit happened on Thursday. All over the news. National Guard gonna be there before midnight. Honey, there was not even a fucking blip in the program. It wasn't a blip in the program. Pride parade still happened. They had a whole bunch of cops set aside to deal with that and to do that. You feel me? But to come into LA, listen, I left and spent the night at somebody's house so I could, first of all, assure my family that all hell wasn't breaking loose everywhere. But 2, to monitor from the outside in. Do I need to get up out of here? Can I, station at home, if you will? Like how serious, trying to gauge like what my security method was going to be. You feel me? And it's crazy because I literally was just talking to y'all about that shit 3 days before this shit jumped off. Do you have your bug out bag? We need to be having serious discussions about survival and security methods and making sure your shit is on point. Because I told y'all about the toilet thing that I saw on the TV the day before, 2 days before. And I was like, damn, I didn't know that that's what happens. That if you have to be in your apartment for more than 3 days and you ain't got no electricity, you got to cover up everything. You got to cover up all the drains. You got to drain all the water out the toilet bowl and stop the toilet bowl up and then cover it so none of the fumes come in, because you can get motherfucking cholera in your house. Because if the lights is off more than 3 days, you feel me? That means that the pump, the filtration system in the pump for the water department will not be working. And so now within 3 days, raw sewage will be coming through the drains and not up to through your pipes, but the fumes themselves can cause cholera. I said, what? Y'all remember that live? And then 2 days later, I'm like, God damn, like, do I need to go get my bug out bag? Like, this shit crazy. You feel me? So I go, I'm going, and then I come back into town talking about I'm gonna be on the creep. I'm gonna slide into town, peep the technique. Do I need to get my cats and then be like actually the fuck up out of here, or can I be cool at my crib? You feel me? And I drive into town, child, and it's like when I tell you, if I'd have took video footage on the day at the time that this shit was literally going berserk downtown, y'all would have been like, this ain't LA right now. Y'all lying. This ain't LA right now. I was disgusted. And then I get on my social media, and as many videos as I'm seeing about what's happening downtown are as many videos, this was last Friday, as many videos as I am seeing of drag queens on the stage, on the street, on Santa Monica Boulevard saying, it's terrible what's happening downtown. It's terrible what our government is doing to these people in full drag, evening gown. And okay, DJ, turn up. I said, oh my God. Ooh, I was outraged. I was utterly motherfucking disgusted. Ooh, I was so mad. I was like, but I had to reel myself back. Because the other thing that I And a friend of mine, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. A friend of mine really helped bring me back. Hold on, because I want to share something with you that he had texted me. Let me see how I can do this. I don't want to fuck nothing up. Okay, great. So a friend of mine, we were, ugh. All right. I told y'all my computer has been acting up for days. Bullshit. Ew, man, shit. Just give me a second. This shit trash as fuck. All right. So a friend of mine texted me yesterday because I'd gone out to an event, but by the time I got to the event, I was late, but I wasn't like tragically late. By the time I got to the event, it was over. And so I called him. I was like, yo, yeah, whatever, whatever. I'm telling him what happened. And he said a statement so simple. I was going off like I'm raging with y'all now about what happened and oh my God. And these so-called leaders, like what's her name? Um, what's her name? Ugh. Um, what is this woman's name? I cannot believe. The mayor, man. What's the mayor's name? Ugh. What is wrong with my brain, man? Fuck. Karen Bass. This little pitiful ass, bullshitting ass performance she putting on. This little pitiful ass, bullshitting ass performance that Gavin Newsom is putting on, and everybody is bigging him up. Honey, these little ship shoddy ass, bullshitting ass excuses for performances that they putting on ain't flexing no muscle. This woman ain't got like no bass in your voice at all, bitch. And you grew up in South Central, no bass. We just know her little sniveling ass self. And so when I say that she is exactly who they needed for the moment, not just this moment, for the fires, for everything. Her first order of business when she stepped into the mayor's mansion was to increase the fucking police budget. After even pretty middle of the road Democrats were saying, the police budget is already like way over budget. Like, yeah, all right, we ain't gonna defund the police, but we ain't talking about giving no more money to the police. Her first order of business was increasing the police budget to $3.6 billion. For every $4 generated in the city of Los Angeles, $1 goes to the police department, and they don't even have 10,000 paid employees. They don't even have 10,000 paid employees. $3.6 billion. Next to New York, they have the biggest police budget in the country, though every year since the year 2000, crime has been down every single year, with a $3.6 billion police budget. And then the first actual appearance, press conference that she makes, which was like 3 days ago. What the Trump administration is doing is illegal. And we just want the world to know that we're going to protect Los Angelinos, or whatever the fuck she said. Whatever the hell she said. I was outraged. I was like, they needed this flimsy, oh, now I can talk about her like this because, again, I ran a mayoral campaign against her. I managed another candidate, the only other female candidate. The first time I saw her speak at a debate, you know how we Black people be experiencing collective embarrassment? You feel me? Like, we hear some dumb shit, we like Please don't let it have been a black person that said that dumbass shit. Please don't let it be one of us. How we experience collective embarrassment. I'm sitting in this Jewish temple. We ain't but 4 black people up in the joint. You feel me? And this woman opens her mouth, and I was like, oh. First of all, 2 things became apparent in that moment. There were 12 candidates total running for mayor. There were 12. She was the only black female. The candidate whose campaign I was managing was the only white female. And y'all have to know there was a lot of before conversations before I signed on to lead this woman's campaign, and then had to quit 6 weeks later because I was like, So this woman who won, Karen Bass, this is the first debate that I went to. The only candidate that had not been invited was the candidate whose campaign I was managing, right? So we sitting in the audience, and there was a question about the housing budget. And, and so she's the only woman on the stage. She's the only black person on the stage. There were no black candidates but her, okay? And she listening to all these men, even though everything they say out their mouth is bullshit, but at least they like faking the funk good. Child, this woman opened her mouth and I was mortified. Like actually mortified. Mortified. That day I knew she was going to win. That day I knew she would win. When I talk to you perpetually about the extraordinarily efficient weapon of strategic and weaponized incompetence, I mean that shit. I mean that shit. It is so effective because our default is to do the same thing with our, quote, elected political leaders that we do in a relationship with a malignant man. We make excuses for them. We give them easy outs. We say, oh, poor Tink Tink. He's just stupid. He just don't know no better. My husband is so dumb. How is it that he forgets to close the dishwasher door every time I ask him to do the dishes? Every time. And so we give them the out every time because we think that what we're witnessing is stupidity, a lapse of judgment, feeble-mindedness, obvious lack of education or intelligence or whatever the fuck. That's why it's been so effective. Strategic and weaponized incompetence. But see, we know all the things. We got all the red flags to look for when it's in a relationship, how your husband be literally sabotaging tasks that you ask him to do, or your boyfriend be sabotaging tasks that you ask him to do in the hopes that you never ask him again. You'll just get so frustrated. You'll get so unnerved that you'll be like, we always do as women. Fuck it, I'll do it myself. Just move out of the way. I'll do it myself. Increasing your workload while letting his ass go in the living room and play video games or watch football. It is an extraordinary, and the reason a lot of men are mad is like, damn, these motherfucking psychologists just exposed us. Now the women that got hip to the game, now they asking us to do more shit. You know what I'm saying? They're asking us to actually show up. They are expecting us to actually pull our weight. They actually expect that we supposed to do the right thing. They done gave up. They done showed our hand, y'all. They done showed our hand. That's why they mad. They done showed our hand. They done exposed us. But it stops right there. You do not see that same strategy being waged against you like a freaking well-sharpened sword every day by those people that you went your ass outside for, stood in line for, had to pack the lunch for, a lot of you, and then yield your power for, with the hopes that they would be the one that would represent you adequately. And so you accept displays of weaponized, strategic and weaponized incompetence. And when I saw that woman speak on that panel with 2 billionaires, 6 millionaires running against her with no spine, no backbone, no like projection, bitch. Like hold your shit, stand your ground. Like, yeah, I'm up in here. I'm a woman, but like I'm gonna run a race. She didn't have to run a race. She had the weight of the entire Democratic Party. Every candidate was a Democrat. Every candidate, even the billionaires, every candidate was a Democrat. So why was it the funding and the weight of the Democratic Party was placed in her lap? Because she was the one that would allow what needed to happen, what was coming down the pike to happen, and then it would she was the scapegoat, y'all. She was the scapegoat, y'all. See, it's her incompetence that makes LA look the way that it looks. Isn't that what they did during the fires? Isn't that what they did during the fires? Here we are again. Because that's how that whole shit started. All in the discussions that was happening all over the country when shit was, all these, quote, natural disasters were happening. There was something that happened in Louisiana. I forget what it was, but it became an issue of, see, this is the failure of DEI because we have a black police, like a chief of police. We have a black female chief of police. We have a female chief of the fire department. We have a black female mayor in Los Angeles and a white female chief of the fire department. And the first thing they started doing when everybody started yelling, see, DEI, these two women, the black woman and the white woman, started going head to head. Like we knew they would if we was watching. So everything becomes the issue but the goddamn issue. Now the issue is women in positions of leadership, and as soon as that shit happened, shit fall apart. Not like Brzezinski told us, it was not some shit that was coming down the pike for at least 20 years. The reason I mentioned this 20 years in particular, 25 years, if you will, is because Trump, as the absolute, like, it's so fascinating. Trump as the peak personification of the sun gone rogue under the leadership of God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. That's not my imagination. That is what he has proclamated. That we have for the first time created a whole new special department of the Department of Justice, whose primary work is going to be centered around identifying people and charging them with federal hate crimes for things that they may say against Christians and things that they may say against Catholics. I'm not telling you something that I cannot back up and also cannot tell you what's coming down the fucking line. I told you this shit when y'all put Biden in office. I said this is a preparation. Biden in office as the second only Catholic president in the history of this country. This is a preparation. This is a preparation. I kept saying that. Even though they say it was, quote, Trump's Supreme Court that did away with Roe versus Wade, Biden is a devout Catholic. Here we go with this bullshit. Biden is a Catholic. And so while he could say out one side of his mouth, we really support women's rights, to have safe medical procedures. You did not see any one of your sacred elected officials go toe to toe with the administration. Hell, your beloved Biden didn't go toe to toe with the administration to get in front of, to challenge openly the overturning of Roe versus Wade. Didn't make no loud declarations. He didn't have no bass in his voice, but he had a whole lot of bass for black folks, didn't he? He had a whole lot of bass for black folks while he was running, didn't he? Didn't he have a whole lot of bass for black folks? What did he tell black folks? He said, if you don't vote for me, your ass ain't black. You ain't really black. That's what he said. He had a whole lot of oomph in his chest for us. But then he plays the feeble, frail, old dude when it comes to, quote, defending the position that he ran on, which was to protect the rights of and all of that shit. I said, this is a preparation. I said, it is not an accident. And since we talking about this, because I never mentioned it, it didn't occur to me till just now. But not only was Biden a devout Catholic, and there were 148 members of the cabinet who are also devout Catholics, including Nancy Pelosi, who is Jewish. Remember what I was just telling y'all? She's Jewish, but she's a devout Catholic. And so the thing that strikes me in this moment is everybody was like, well, you know, the overturning of Roe versus Wade was not Biden's fault. It was Trump's Supreme Court. Isn't that what they said? Isn't that what they said? Everybody. That's what they said. They'll tell you today. Hold on. They'll tell you today. Roe v. Wade was overturned during Biden's administration, but it was Trump's Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade. Biden didn't have anything to do with that. Well, first thing is that that Supreme Court, the one y'all keep talking about, that's Trump's Supreme Court. For the first time in the history of the institution, the majority of the sitting chiefs were the sitting justices were practicing Catholics. The chief justice at that time had been made an honorary Jesuit. That was Trump's administration that said that Supreme Court. That's what y'all said. So in a way, as a way to kind of discredit what I was saying about how Biden being a Catholic and this shit it's a chess game setup, bitch. They can see the long view. You just playing off your emotions. You're just moving your little pawns and doing all the things because you don't know how to play the game. They're like, let them flail about and do what they do. You feel me? Biden was a chess piece. Biden's candidacy was a chess move. And that chess move was preceded by your betrayal by your guy. What's that guy name? What's his name? Bernie Sanders. Listen, Biden's placement as the commander-in-chief was preceded by a gangster chess move. That was the willing and uncontested betrayal by your guy, Sanders. So now all you got is these two tyrants running against each other. You feel me? Anything but Trump. That's what y'all said. Anything but Trump. We know Biden ain't shit. We know he got a crooked and diabolical history. We know that he is a supporter, an enthusiastic supporter of genocide. We know that he hates black people because he is the one. He is the one that not only was responsible for the legislation that incarcerated a whole goddamn generation through 3 strike laws, but he is also the same one who increased the incarceration of black women 400% with legislation that said if you live on public housing or get public housing assistance, anybody in your household commit a crime. They don't even get arrested. They don't even have to be found guilty. If they get arrested, that is grounds to toss your ass on the street. And so the 400% increase in the incarceration of black women was his fault. This ain't my opinion. This shit was all over the internet. But y'all was subdued. Anything but Trump. Yeah, we got abandoned by Bernie. You feel me? It was real. I'm telling y'all didn't get abandoned. It was a straight up political betrayal that was already planned. He played his role. He played the part that he was assigned to play. And to understand it any other way than that, y'all, I swear, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. It's coming out during his campaign that he supports Zionism. That was not enough to sway you. And I knew he was a Zionist before he ran the first time, and it was not enough to sway you. It was not enough to sway you. It was not enough. All these people during his campaign Well, like there were hundreds of videos floating around the internet about the evidence of his long ass, suspiciously gruesome behavior of being so bodacious. All these videos, video after video of him groping little girls, grabbing women, like whispering in girls' ears, and they're little girls, and they're pulling away. All these videos came out. It was not enough to sway you. It was not enough to sway you. I'm saying, I'm shouting from the rooftops. I'm telling you that this shit is they are setting up. You remember? Oh my God. Y'all remember that movie? Oh, God damn. When I tell you they play in y'all face, when I tell you, I mean they play in your face. They play in your face. Yep, they play in your face. Remember, God damn, how did I not see that shit? They play in your face. Remember the movie Independence Day with Jeff Goldblum and Will Smith? You feel me? And Jeff Goldblum is like some kind of tech nerd geek. And when there's all this disruption and all the shit, you feel me? And he's trying to figure out why it's like forming like a pattern, that it's not just basic disruption, that it's like there's a pattern hidden in the like shh in the TVs and shit. Remember that? And he said every time the cycle goes around, it gets smaller and smaller. And then when they finally see the spaceships, because they don't see what's causing the disruption at the beginning, it's just a disruption until these mega spaceships, city-sized spaceships, right, start popping up all over the globe. And it was him who figured out, oh shit, he ain't military or nothing. He like, I'm a nerd. Me and my daddy play chess in the park. Me and my daddy play chess in the park every day before I go to work. We play chess. He's like, oh my God, it's not random how these ships are positioning themselves around the planet. God damn it. Listen to me, y'all. Listen to me. Motherfucker. Listen to me. He said they are strategically placed all over the globe to have the greatest impact. And once they get the signal, they will, in a coordinated fashion, attack all together. All together. All together. See, all this time, I've never gotten any like, trolls or like bots or anything. Now they just all up in my shit. But anyway, the moment that I am having talking about this movie is this movie and he's talking about the positioning of the government, whatever, I mean of the spaceships or whatever. The first moment that I had is the name of the movie is Independence Day. The name of the movie is Independence Day. And in this movie, where there is this coordinated, I sent you, in this movie, this coordinated attack that is counting down until they make their last move, they checkmate move. You feel me? The checkmate move just happens to got damn. not only is the shit counting down till they make their move, everything up until that point is setting up the board strategically. So before they even know there's any aliens, before they even know that there is a goddamn strategy in place that they are blind to collectively, the world, the governments of the world, when everybody's still waking up and drinking their coffee and having breakfast, and seemingly out of nowhere, goddamn, the slow introduction of chaos, the slow introduction of panic and fear. Will Smith and what's her name? What's her name? What's the girl name, man? Ooh, y'all know who I'm talking about. The cute sister. They in the house getting up out of bed, and the little boy coming in. He's like, "Yo, there's aliens outside." And he's like, "You gonna kill them aliens?" He's like, "Yeah." And then because he think the kid just being a kid, and then he go outside and he see a motherfucking Vivica Fox. Thank you. He see a motherfucking spaceship outside. He's like, "The fuck? Where does this show begin? Where does it begin? Where is the introduction for this show? This show that they are about to put on for the movie. The show they about to put on for the movie. Where does it start? In the streets of Los Angeles. He in Los Angeles. His boo live in Los Angeles. His boo live in Los Angeles. He walk outside and see a spaceship as he walking out into the streets of Los Angeles to check his mail. You understand me? It's when I say the slow, dramatic increase of fear and panic, because people see this damn thing that up until this moment they were sure collectively could not be, could not happen. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Could not be, could not happen. Do you hear me? Last Thursday, I'm on here teeing and giggling with y'all. And all of a sudden, while we on the live, my daughter is blowing my phone up. I'm like, God damn, she like, what is up? Because I was not even watching the news at the time. I told y'all, damn. I said, well, let me check what's going on, because my daughter, you know what I'm saying? She don't usually blow me up like this. And I checked my phone while I was on here with y'all. And I was like, oh my God, my daughter says it's just been announced that the National Guard is going to be here before the end of the day. I was like, okay, let me get up. Remember that? I had to cut my live short. I was like, okay, let me now look at the news and figure out what's actually happening in my city. Remember that? The day before, wasn't nothing. Literally wasn't nothing. The beginning of the day, the next day, we heard about the raids, but it was only 2 places. We was like, okay, maybe it's not going to be as big. And now, in less than 24 hours, y'all, y'all, I didn't even intend to talk to you about this, but let me tell you what is coming down in just like a sequence of shit right now, okay? Remember I told y'all just last week, and I mentioned it a couple of times. There's a sister who be on here all the time. I don't see her here today. Her name is Tajali. She called me one day, and she was like, yo, we was talking, I was like, you know what? I told her, I said, you know what we got to do? I said, we got to find somebody, you know, who down with the cause. I said, we got to find a Jewish person who really about that life and see if they can access, you know, a copy of the Talmud. Because you can't just get the shit. You can't just buy the shit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, we need to get somebody, a Jewish person who really, a Jewish man. Because I think the women are forbidden from reading the Talmud too. A Jewish man who really about that life, and see if he can see if he can grab one of them, you know, because I forget how many books is in the Talmud, but we need a copy of the whole thing. You feel me? And she was like, well, I'll tell you, Cassandra. She said, when I was a hardcore Christian, we were doing work with this organization called Jews for Jesus. Jews for Jesus. That was the name of the organization. These were converts. These were Jewish converts working with evangelical Christian organizations in the South. They were big in the South. And she said, we were in like a Bible study one night, and somebody was talking about like, I guess like prophecy or whatever. Okay. And she said, because the reason I said we need to get a copy of the Talmud was because it was some, I don't remember, but she was saying, you know how everybody be talking all the time about the Simpsons and how the Simpsons, like how they do that, how they just know. How the Simpsons just be prophesying all the way down to the last detail, something that's gonna happen in 10 years, something that's gonna happen in 5 years. How they do that? Simpsons done did it again. Right? She said that whole thing that people keep calling prophecy. She said this Jewish man who was a quote Christian convert told us when I was a teenage girl working for this organization, working with this organization called G's for Jews, Jews for Jesus. Thank you so much, Shanta J. Jews for Jesus. You feel me? She said he told us that according to the Talmud, listen, that according to the Talmud, you are not guilty of a sin. You are not guilty of a sin. You are not guilty. And the Talmud isn't just about, quote, their spiritual beliefs. The Talmud is also about how they conduct business, how they generate law based between each other, between Jews. You hear me? This book is about what can and cannot happen in this, quote, sacred relationship between and among Jews. Because we, according to that same book, everybody who ain't us can get it. They aren't seen as human. Nobody who's not us is seen as human. And so she said that what the Talmud teaches us is that if we declare what our intentions are, if we say what it is we intend to do, then it is no longer considered sinful or crime, no matter what it is we do. No matter what it is we do, it is not a crime. It is not a sin based on Jewish law and Jewish tradition and Jewish spirituality, aka. If we tell you up front, if we tell you in your face what our intentions are, it no longer is a crime. We are protected. We are absolved. And so I'm sitting here, and then Shanta J just shouted out what I was talking to y'all about 3 days ago on Thursday, that I'm always talking about from Abiola Abrams' book, The African Goddess Initiation, where she's talking about her experience with her mentor. And he said, don't act confused. We predict the future by creating the future. We predict the future because we create that future. So what y'all been calling prophecy all this time, and I have been telling you, it is not prophecy. It is a well-organized, strategic, long-standing plan handed down like the oath we talked about in this book by Barbara Walker the other day, handed down from father to son in an oath made by gripping each other's testicles to ensure that all of the potential offspring of them testicles keep to the plan. Until what does the oath say? From the initiation to the oath until its completion. You hear me? So I'm sitting here having this whole moment that wasn't even remotely close to what I was going to talk to y'all about, but it is horribly divinely on time. In this movie called Independence Day, that is about how this, quote, strategic campaign by the aliens, this strategic campaign by the aliens, you feel me, to appropriately put themselves in our atmosphere, to remain cloaked and unseen until they break the atmosphere and make their presence known through show of force. You understand me? Guaranteeing that those of us who don't understand, because we have been perpetually told over and over and over and over and over and over again that what we hear is not real. That for at least the better part of 70 years, we've been hearing people out loud. And what do? Even in the movie, they imply it. The man was a genius. The man was brilliant, right? But everybody thought he was crazy. The military fighter jet guy who had been laughed out of town, couldn't get a job because he's like, look, I'm trying to tell y'all, man, I'm smart enough to go to the Air Force and fly a plane and fight in the world, but I'm not smart enough for y'all to believe that I have been abducted by an alien. And this is what happened. And they told me through telepathy 20 years ago. Isn't that what he said? He said they told me through telepathy 20 years ago what they intended to do. What they intended to do. And he been cast out and laughed at, because the greater message has to be by those who are setting up the chessboard is, can't nobody believe this motherfucker right here. Isn't that what we've been told? That for 70 years, aliens ain't real. That's that conspiracy theory shit. And I said, what was it? 4 years ago when they started talking about, even last year when they was like, no, these unidentified flying objects flying over DC and don't nobody know what they is. All of a sudden, just out of nowhere, for no reason, the government, the Pentagon, is finally admitting that yes, there is life outside of Earth. Just out of no explanation about why they're making this declaration. Like they just found out. That's how they was putting it forward. Like, yeah, we just found out, and so now we putting y'all on game. Word? For real, that's how that's happening. That's how that's happening. This increase in what they call it, extraterrestrial unidentified objects to normalize you into that thing that they done told you for 70 years prior ain't real. Why is this important? Because I'm always telling you, this period that we're in is demanding that we trust us before all else. We trust our flesh before everything else. We trust our senses. We trust our actual eyes, our actual lived experience and what it teaches us. We trust our ears. We trust us in relationships with each other and in our relationship with this institution that we're trying to walk through its end with. And so this movie, I'm having a whole ass moment. Because this motherfucking movie, I was just gonna say, like when and I was just gonna use it as a metaphor for a simple concept, and this shit just started blowing my mind in real time. So the aliens make themselves known. Do you not think that they knew the kind of panic and chaos their presence would be? That they didn't anticipate the chaos and the fear and the fires and the rebellions and the quote shooting at the aliens and all of this shit that would happen as a consequence of just exposing themselves, of just making their presence known. Like, bitch, we always been here. We always been watching y'all. Not only that, we've been working with y'all government. Isn't that what they say in the movie? Not only have we been watching y'all, we've been working with y'all government. Y'all government has been complicit and sometimes enthusiastically participatory in what it is we've had planned. Isn't that what happened when the president go to Area 51 and he's on the plane and they like, well, we have to take you somewhere, but I have to tell you, we did actually know. And he's like, what? Playing innocent, feigning innocent as the commander-in-chief. And then his dude tell him, well, we had to make sure that if it ever came out that you had plausible deniability. See, you don't have to act stupid. You really didn't know because we didn't tell you. Okay, you're right. Like we actually, like he the commander in chief, but he acts. And then the Jewish man who's supposed to be Jeff Goldblum daddy say what? He's like, oh, you didn't know? He said, like you really believe that a toilet bowl costs $10,000. Y'all remember that? I might have to watch this motherfucking movie again today. Because, not to get too far off, but there's so much. I'm having a whole moment right now. What did I start teaching you about in the year 2020? In January, actually the very first week of January 2020, what did I start teaching? Some of you on here know. And then I have actually since posted those videos here. But in the year 2020, the first week of the year 2020, I started teaching a 7-week workshop every Saturday for 7 weeks in preparation for what became known as America's first Pluto return. Did anybody see those videos? Because it was a Zoom workshop that I taught over those 7 weeks, but I eventually posted those on my YouTube channel. America's first Pluto return. That's what I was teaching for 7 weeks. For 7 weeks. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't 2020. That's when I began doing the research on it. 2022, the first week of 2022 is when I taught the workshops. The reason why is because 2022 is when we began the process of the completion of America's or the beginning of America's first Pluto returns, started on February 20th of 2022. February 20, 2022. And so I was trying to teach these people who participated in this workshop, like what a Pluto returns in a country or a nation's natal chart, what it means, what it's meant historically. They started keeping public record of every nation on Earth's birth chart, and the most pivotal moment in any nation's birth chart is its first Pluto returns. America is in its first Pluto returns. The transition, because up until that point, Pluto had been in Capricorn since the month that y'all elected Obama as America's first Black president. That month that y'all voted for Obama was the same month that Pluto entered Capricorn for the first time in 248 years. 248 years. No, 240 years, excuse me. Right? First time, same month. Okay? And so Pluto in Capricorn, because Capricorn is an earth sign, it's supposedly rigid. It's about economics, it's about religious traditions and systems, and it's about education primarily. Those are the 3 institutions that are defined. Oh, and also the other. So that's the institutions is Capricorn, Saturn. Pluto represents an end, the number 9, a completion of, an end of, but also an unveiling of what needs to end, an unveiling, a revelation of what needs to end. That's what Pluto does. She who wears the mask to reveal her enemies. She who must remove the veil from your enemies from where they have been hiding, these institutions. She has to yank back the veil to reveal her enemies so that they can be judged. You cannot judge what you cannot see. You cannot judge if you cannot see one's crimes. That's why the first thing that happened the first year of Obama's administration was what? The movement of the 99%. Wasn't that what it was? And then his subsequent, because he was hired to do so, he was hired by Wall Street to do so. Wall Street did what for Obama? Gave him the largest, there has not been a president yet that has exceeded the campaign donations from people on Wall Street that Obama did. To this date, never before, had never since. That Wall Street, they weren't donating, they were investing because they saw what was coming in terms of the strategically orchestrated housing bubble bursting that began under the Bush first administration, and they saw the end coming because they calculate this shit to mathematical precision. And everybody else gonna take the hit. We know what we've been doing. We've been doing dirty all this time. We've been exploiting this thing all the time. And there's going to be a point when the bubble is going to burst. And when it bursts, we going to make out like bandits. And to ensure that we make out like bandits, we have to have the right guy in the White House. We have to have the right guy. Who can become the fucking scapegoat for our misdealings, our deliberate misdealings. He becomes the scapegoat. We give him the money. He takes up the charge. He takes up the charge because he is a willing participant, an enthusiastic participant in empire. He takes up the charge. We pay him a lot of money, and then he will become the scapegoat for what we were doing behind closed doors. We invest in him, and what happened? Nobody was arrested for the subprime mortgage scandal. Nobody went to prison. But what they did do was become way richer than they were. That's what happened. Not only that, they needed the Negro to bail out all the banks. They needed him to do that. There are certain things that the white world, the white power structure recognizes that it cannot do audaciously up until this point. Couldn't do audaciously out front without it being seen as an actual aggression of white supremacy and white nationalism. So they always have a strategic Negro or Negress or some other, colored white person living in their brain, some other colored white person that is willing to be the scapegoat for their strategic needs. So what else did Obama do that y'all don't ever talk about? It was Obama's administration. They've been talking about AFRICOM for years, but it's not a good look for the face of America to be white trying to, quote, go up into Africa. You feel me? They needed the Negro to do that. And within the first 2 years of his first presidency, AFRICOM was finally completely established in Africa. It was your Negro that killed Gaddafi and ruined the only extraordinarily abundant, the highest, they had the highest quality of living. Black-skinned people in Libya had the highest quality of life under Gaddafi. You can say what you want about Gaddafi because he got problems like every other Y-bearing chromosome head of state. But the one thing that you can say is that the quality of life under Gaddafi for black-skinned people on the continent, had the best quality of life under Gaddafi. Now, under the guise of saving people from the evil Gaddafi, what happened after they assassinated Gaddafi under Hillary Clinton, who was working side by side, hand in hand with Obama? After they killed Gaddafi, we started seeing black-skinned people right here in the United States started seeing black-skinned men, women, and children in mass. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of Libyan men, women, and children being murdered by goddamn UN, quote, peacekeepers under the guise of dethroning Gaddafi. And not a year later, you see black-skinned people who had been living a wonderful quality of life under Gaddafi being sold on the market. We saw pictures of them, Arabs, now descending on Libya and selling black-skinned people in an open-air slave market. Obama did that. There were more drone strikes of civilians, not just in foreign countries, here in the United States. There were more drone attacks and deaths under Obama than any other president to date. They needed that Negro to pacify you. They needed him to be the scapegoat that let them off the hook. Not only that let them off the hook, there was two things that was happening. It let the wealthy white world off the hook while incinerating this deep white nationalist hatred in the poor and working class white community. It did two things at the same time. Because the wealthy white world, the oligarchy, the plutocracy, the 1%, whatever you want to call them, they hate white people too. But the thing that has always rescued them is white nationalism. It's totally internalized white. So you got people, white-skinned people, who can't rub two nickels together to make some shit pop. And in the world that we live in, they see perpetually that the only enemy that they have, the only enemy that they have, and the only thing blocking them from the opportunity to be like they celebrities and they kings and shit is some colored person who got the same two nickels they got. And so this is how they become the sacred and sanctified militia of the bourgeoisie. Isn't that something? The people literally with their foot so hard on the neck of the white working class and white poor people that they can literally feel their cervical spine separating, literally hanging on to life because they got this invisible boot on their neck. And they still, and the black people saying, look, just choose the right side. Just choose the right side. If you choose the right side, we ain't got no beef no more. Just do the right thing and we ain't got no beef no more. Because that's how empathetic we are. That's how good we are. Stay giving people another chance and another chance and another chance. But whiteness as a construct, whiteness as an idea, whiteness as a spiritual drug has been the most efficient and effective weapon that the church, because the church is who constructed the concept of whiteness in the first place. It's the Roman Catholic Church that did that. And that was the most effective motherfucking thing they did. It's like, they ain't no wrong. We can't do the white people, and they will still side with us. They'll still be on our side. They will still be on our side. You feel me? So, this movie, you understand? So I was talking about the Pluto in Aquarius and how Pluto, America's first Pluto returns, right? And I kept telling everybody on Earth is talking about America's first Pluto return, except Americans. I was crack watching at least 30 different astrologers for the 2 years leading up to February 20th of 2022. Not only was it's so significant that Pluto in transitioning into Capricorn, into Aquarius for the first time in 248 years, where Pluto was the day that it was born, this country, where Pluto was in this country's chart the day that it was born, and how because this is what astrology does. When I tell you this shit is a mathematical science that we have been denied of deliberately, we've been witchified out of. That's some ooga booga, that's some witchcraft, whatever. The shit is so mathematically precise, it's uncanny. That's what it is, right? That 2 days after the very first transition, the completion around the sun of Pluto, at the moment that United States of America, July 4th of 1776, became a nation. So the reason that this return didn't start on July 4th of 2022 is because it's about the degrees of the positions of the planet on the chart. And those degrees at zero degrees, Pluto in Aquarius happened on February 20th, 2022. That's also a significant palindrome. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, right? And it's so 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And it's not ironic that it had to happen on February 20th of 2022 because two things happened 2 days later. Listen to me when I tell y'all I'm trying to give y'all a word. And I ain't even no astrologer. You feel me? 2 days after Pluto announces her time on the block, 2 days after, two things happen that set us on the course for where we are today. 2 days later just happened to be the birthday of the first president of the United States. 2 days later happened to be the birthday of George Washington. His birthday was on 2/22/2022. 2/22/2022. That same day, his birthday, is when America announced its entry into the aggression between Russia and Ukraine. That same day, 2 days after this magnanimous event that every astrologer on earth had been talking about, I'm telling you, for at least 2 years, every day. This is magnanimous. It's going to change everything. Oh my God, is it going to change everything for the worse? Or is it going to change everything for the best? Because there's the only two options. This thing that we're entering into, there is no gray area. No gray area. It's either going to represent the end of the United States as we know it. That's how everybody was talking about it. It's going to either represent the end of America as we know it, or a bright new shiny something in America. Everybody in the world was talking about it because they recognized that the United States of America has spent a significant period of time propping itself up in a position to be this super world power, for which everything that happens in this country reverberates in every direction. Something happened in the United States of America, it is going to impact everything, everywhere, in every country on earth, just like the subprime mortgage scandal did. And when the subprime mortgage scandal happened and the stock market failed, guess what happened? That shit reverberated out to every major nation on earth. And only a select few made out like bandits. And those are the 3,000 plus billionaires that we know exist right now. Do you understand what I'm saying? The mathematical precision. Do you think that those people who are, quote, billionaires, because I forget who the billionaire was it Warren Buffett that said millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do? Do you think they just reading their Sunday paper, or every now and again getting a reading from their astrologer or something, just getting their chart done just to see what's going to happen type of shit? No. They treat astrology like the mathematically precise, scientifically valid instrument that it is. And they use it just like the ancients used it. They used it not to just see what's going to happen over the next week or even over the next year. They use it like the ancients did, to plan entire empires, to plan and consecrate their leadership over all others. Just like they were sitting at the feet of these damn civils that you done brushed off. It's like witchy, ooga booga old women who always look decrepit and blind and scary and shit. That's who they were sitting at the feet of, saying, like, look, I got 3 military campaigns coming up. Here's your little offerings. Now tell me what's what. Tell me what the God has got to say. And so our ancestors, how do you think our ancestors were able to chart long before some white guy named Galileo built the first telescope? How they were able to chart astronomical events and movements, heavenly events, all the way out into the universe, not just in our solar system, all the way out into our universe for a minimum of 25,000 years. They were able to see into the future. How do you think they did that? On some ooga booga shit? No, off science, off physics, off mathematics. That's how they did that. That's how they did that. So 248 years ago, when we began this process, because it took Pluto 2 years to make a solid and full transition into Aquarius, because Pluto is not an exact circle, it's actually an orb, she wobbles back and forth. So for 2 years, from February 20th of 2022 to November 19th, when we got up in that mountain and did that ritual, she shifted, she wobbled back and forth between a Capricorn placement and an Aquarius placement. Capricorn, Aquarius, like a seesaw, Capricorn, Aquarius. She did that for 2 years until finally making her permanent transition into Aquarius until the year 2044. The same month that she made her complete, let me say it like this. The moment that she finally took her crown, the moment she finally said, okay, I done won, I'm victorious. It's me for the next, until 2044. It's me. I'm the one. It's this personification of the goddess as Oya. This my shit. I run this domain. Now, how y'all want to play this game? Because you got 2 choices with Pluto in Aquarius. That's why I'm always talking about Pluto in Aquarius from our Black people, primarily, our mythological position and understanding. That's why I always switch back and forth. Pluto is Oya. Aquarius is Shango. In the mythology, they are the great revolutionaries. They don't come together often to go to war, but when they do, it's a wrap. It's over. Whatever they set their sights on, and they're revolutionaries. Shango and Oya. They don't just fight war. They don't fight war for conquest. That ain't their motivation. Her motivation is to destroy everything that has been preventing evolution. That's what she came up in here to do. She's like, look, that's why she's called the governess of storms, not little rainstorms, hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes. Her name, one of her epitaphs is she who eats trees from the top. Picture a tornado and just seeing the trees just coming up out the ground by the roots. Everything that's not solid and needs to remain is swept the fuck out of the way. People get terrified about the storm, but the storm always guarantees plenty and bounty and fresh new soil for the fresh. It clears everything dead, decadent, and in the way of progress. Dead, decadent, and everything in the way of evolution, including us. Including us. It's not just governments that are going to pay. It's not just religious betrayal that has got to face judgment. It is us, every individual. Every individual. So she's like, look, baby, this is gonna hurt. That ain't what I'm trying to do. She said, but y'all done got comfortable in a cage. Y'all done got comfortable in a cage. You like, look, just leave me alone. Just let me have my little TV and my little car. You feel me? Let me pay my little bills. You feel me? Just let me be in my little cage. You feel me? Because there's too much going on in the world and I can't do. It's overwhelmed. So just leave me alone in my cage. And she's like, baby, that ain't the future. That is not the future. That's not the future. And so you can step into the future willingly and joyfully and confidently and audaciously, like I step onto the battlefield in my skirt, dancing and slaying, dancing and slaying. Or you can resist the inevitable and make your journey much more difficult. That's your choice to make. And I can only respond based on the decision that you make. That's it. Aquarius is the great revolutionary. That's why we have spent so much time talking about his presentation through these different mythologies. These mythological characters are always a personified, a metamorphosed story to explain our relationship as Earth, as one. Earth, as one. Earth, our relationship to these planets that even now science is telling us we don't understand it. 2 years ago, we don't understand it, but the only way that we can communicate what we're hearing coming from the center of these planets and those planets closest in proximity to them, it sounds like these planets are talking to each other. That's not what I said. That's what NASA said. That's what NASA said. But y'all, I'm telling you, the split in our brain has been so thoroughly perfected that we cannot hear a story about Oya and Shango and automatically see the very real scientific basis for that study and the scientific implications of what this placement means right now in our lives. This chasm, man, it's the issue of the day. How to reunite our consciousness, how to bridge the gap between conscious and subconscious mind, how to bridge the gap between I'm a left brain thinker or I'm a right brain thinker. No, you are not. You are whole. And you in this personification have been deliberately dichotomized, every piece away from the whole, a split in both sides of the brain, both hemispheres, both sides. Your subconscious mind, you always point back here. Your conscious mind, always here. All of this shit, you have been deliberately dichotomized. And in your individual deliberate dichotomization, that shit is intensified by the dichotomization of us from us. You from me, us from them, nation versus nation, man versus woman. The dichotomization has been necessary. And in our dichotomization within ourselves, and then spirit versus flesh, energy versus matter, it's everywhere. This necessary compartmentalization and dichotomization of the one. It is but a one. And in that dichotomization, baby, the us against them, nation against nation, people against people, man against woman, and in heaven from earth. And like we ain't in heaven. Like we ain't in heaven. Like heaven somewhere the fuck else. Like literally our earth ain't floating in the goddamn universe. Like we ain't in heaven. the separation from heaven and earth, the dichotomization of dark and light, as if they do not need each other to exist, for us to even conceptualize one or the other. The dichotomization is the issue, the splitting of everything that we understand. And then the moment that it registers that the marriage, the reunification of everything that has been dichotomized is where epiphany is. That's where it is. That's where the breakthrough is. That is that thing that like Bruce Lipton is always talking about. Like if you only get, 1%, I think he said 1% of the human population to accept a new idea, to really accept a new belief, this is when it becomes quantum. That there's something that happens when the brain energy accepts through synaptic activity this something that only a few accepted, and now 1% or 10% of the group was like, yeah, that makes sense. Oh my God, how do we complicate this shit for so long? The reason you made the shit complicated for so long is because of the proliferation of brute force, violence, murder, and brigandage. It becomes easy for you to accept some shit somebody else say when they constantly got their boot on your neck or in your ass or snuffing just enough for you out to keep you fucking terrorized. It's easy to not see. That's what it's for. That's what violence is for. That's what a culture of war is for. It's to make it impossible for you to see what is right in front of you all the time. That little baby giant I'm always talking about trying to break free. That little baby giant, when I talk about the pathologizing of rebellion, the need to rebel, the justness of rebellion, and you got a giant in you screaming, bitch, I'm here to help. I got the juice. I'm here to help. Let's go. And every time that little rebel inside of you makes a play, there's a doctor jolly on the spot to give you a pill and call this little peculiar expression of rebellion ADD or ADHD. This little peculiar expression of rebellion, whatever the fuck. There's always something. There is always something there to suppress your rebel, to suppress your giant. Who is your giant? What is your giant? It's science. Who is that giant? It's science. It is, what do we say? The boundless, limitless contributions still resting dormant in your DNA, waiting for you to access it, because you've got this dynamic twofold 14 generation lineage of powerful people, of people who persevered, of people who already paid the debts so you wouldn't have to. They cleared the way, they lessened the burden, they did all the things. They was like, look, we had to be enslaved, you feel me? It happened for whatever reason. We had to endure it so that you could be here, so that we couldn't go to school. And because we didn't go to school and we had to fight, now you able to go to school. You able to get the access. You able to get the information. You able to set this shit off. Now everything. Now you got the entire history of the whole planet at your fingertips in 2.2 minutes. You got everything that we didn't have. Now y'all got the opportunity to really make this shit pop. Those things that we prayed for on the plantation, those things we prayed for when some megalomaniac was on top of us and we didn't even have enough selfhood to scream, to feign like we wanted to resist. Now it's your time, and that's everyone on the planet. This is the decision. When we praying our silent prayers through the worst things imaginable, like people are experiencing right now today, and we are so overwhelmed with trauma and fear and shock and awe campaigns and all that shit, that our rebel is raging. That's why we got high blood pressure. You got high blood pressure because you've suppressed your giant. Now, this is the doctor telling you this. You have high blood pressure, you have heart disease, you have cancer, you have everything. You got anxiety disorder, you scared to go out in public. You name your condition, and I'm telling you, it is because you not knowingly, you have been the victim of a witch hunt that has been searching out your inner rebel. Psychology becomes the executioner. I'm sorry, somebody gonna be mad. Psychology becomes the executioner. His prescription becomes his sword. Your medical doctor becomes your executioner, hidden and an invisible. What were we saying about that damn Ku Klux Klan hat and shit that the executioner would always wear before fulfilling the orders, the divinely ordained orders of massacre of the Roman Catholic Church, and then he could still go home and sleep well because he is absolved instantly. He don't have to think about hell. He is the divine executioner. He's the divine executioner. So your medical doctor becomes your executioner, and his scripture. What did we say the other day in Secrets and Sacred Objects about the little symbol that represents a prescription? Hold on, where that at? You remember that we were talking about the little R with the little thing on the side, and that we learned the original origin of it was a mutated version of the Eye of Ra. Remember that? Remember that? Yeah, that was a few weeks back. Where was that at? Where is that at? Told y'all this is what this is not what I was going to talk to you guys about. But where is that? Right? But the symbol, yes, it was robbed from the Egyptians, but when the Greeks were using it, and subsequently the Romans were using it, the little R with the little X thing on the bottom that started out as the Eye of Ra. I don't even remember what the name of the symbol was. Fuck. Oh, it is also the sign of Jupiter. Remember that? We learned that it was also the original sign of Jupiter. Hold on, where that was. I'm telling you something. I'm gonna get back to what I was talking about. But this is, yeah, let's see, 1328. 13. I don't think it was that far back. 13. 28. No, what was it? 13, 28. 4, no, it's not that. 136. Nope. 136. 208. I think that might be what it was. 208. Yeah, it felt. Yeah, I think that was. I think it was a little further in. 208. Damn. I still got a bunch of other stuff to talk to y'all about, because this thing that I got into last night and today, it just blew me. It just blew me. Like when I tell you the downloads are coming through so hard, here it is, so hard, so fast, so perpetually. God damn, here we go again. Damn. God. Son of a bitch. Oh my God. Somebody do me a favor. I meant to do it today. Somebody do me a favor and search the etymology for the word king, King. Somebody search the word king, King, the etymology, King. And then after you look up the basic etymology, then look up the Hebrew etymology for the word king. Yeah. So this is the symbol that I showed y'all a few weeks ago when we was talking about this, right? A little symbol with a little R with the broken leg, and it was the shorthand for the god Jupiter. who was said, and that little glyph, that little R. Man, what the hell? That's weird. Okay, that little R with the little broken leg was actually said to be, because they would use it even in Rome when giving a prescription, when writing some herb or something for somebody to do, they would write it then, the little R with the little broken leg. You feel me? And it was but what they were writing it for is because it was a shorthand for the god Jupiter, and it was said to be, when they wrote that quote prescription on the herbs or whatever, to actually be a prayer or an invocation of the god Jupiter, right? And so here you got, now what does it say? And so this symbol that we call the prescription symbol that we still use today, the prescription symbol, is that symbol is called the King of Kings. The King of Kings. The King of Kings. And I did not, because it's actually a perfect segue into what I was going to talk to you about, which is crazy because I'm talking about Independence Day, and I still want to go back to that because there's still some shit that came through that I'm like, oh my God, how did I not see this? But in talking about Independence Day and your little inner rebel, your little inner rebel and all of this shit, but what did I call this live today? I called this live "Beware Beware the Madness of the King," because today was called King's Day or some shit for Trump's little thing. You feel me? And so everybody's calling all the little demonstrations "No King's Day" or some shit, right? So I said, "Beware the madness of the king," and then the thumbnail is a picture which we talked about maybe 3 weeks ago about Nero, the king, the emperor of Rome during the first great Roman fire. Remember I was telling y'all about that? The first great Roman fire. And there are all of these images of Nero, who I just talked to y'all about a few days ago on some other stuff about this historical tendency, both mythologically and in the real world, right? As above, so below, right? Emperors, rulers, kings of old from everywhere on the earth behaving like these mythological stories of the planets. So Nero and a lot of other emperors and kings did this. Took a kidnapped, just like Zeus did, aka Jupiter did, kidnapped a young male child, castrated that child, put him in a dress with a veil, and had an official imperial wedding with this child that he stole from their family, because he could do that because he the king. You feel me? And made this boy child live in the castle with him. Made him live in the castle with him until he died, the child. And how this was controversial, not because the child was a boy, because that was a part of their culture. Not because the child was a boy, but because he elevated the child from the status of a slave or a concubine to a queen of Rome. Elevated the kidnapped child. Does that not sound like Zeus's story, aka Jupiter's story? To see the child in the field, minding his own business, swoop him up under the guise that I love him, he's so beautiful, snatch him up, take him away from his family to up into Mount Olympus to, quote, be the divine water bearer to all the gods in Olympus, and then in his love for his kidnapped victim, in his love for his taken away from his oh oh child, in his love. And what is love synonymous with in this world? What is love synonymous with in this world? Huh? Rape, kidnap, I see it, I want it, so it's mine. And then you can just use the word. But I just love him so much. It made me crazy. I just loved her so much. It just made I had to kill her because I loved her so much. And the idea that she would go to anybody else, I couldn't have it because I love her. War. We love America, so we have to kill everybody else. War. We love Israel. This is ours. We have to kill everybody else. War. Under the auspice of love. Oh, fuck. Remember I was telling y'all that eventually, everything that I've been telling y'all that eventually I want to teach you, but there's so much happening on a regular basis that I have to put it aside. Everything that I want to teach you scientifically, everything that I want to teach you scientifically is so perfectly playing out right now that it's fucking me up. It's fucking me up. Because the other thing that I said I wanted to talk to you about was to teach you about the endocrine system. Remember that? I keep saying the endocrine system and the vagus nerves are my two most exciting soapboxes. I love the endocrine system so much. Oh my God, it's so amazing, right? I love the vagus nerve so much. I ask anybody that's been on here any long period of time. I bet you've been promising to teach us about the goddamn vagus nerve for about 3 years. You understand? But it's such a complicated and beautiful thing that I didn't want to rush it and fuck it up. Rush it and fuck it up. That's what I kept saying. I'm going to give it to you. And when I give it to you, you're going to understand why it took so long. Of all the medical topics and subjects, the vagus nerve, the great wanderer, is my favorite. That's what it's called. The great wanderer. Oh, God damn. Oh my God. Damn. It's everything. And once you see the vagus nerve, that's what blew my mind, because I just love it because I'm a geek. You know, I love the science. I love what it does. I love the little stories, because it was the Egyptians. The Egyptians were the first one to identify it as the vagus nerve. They called it the Great Wanderer, right? I was like, that's amazing. How they do that? Why they did that, right? But what is more amazing, so I was really stuck on one side of my brain, like, you know, learning the vagus nerve and how awesome it was and this and that and this and that and what it does. And then I saw a movie about, I don't know, it was a long time ago. I think the movie came out in like 2009, 2010, something like that. The name of the movie is called Host. H-O. This is too much. This is too much. This is too much. The name of the movie is Host. Y'all laughing, but I'm serious. It's a lot. It's a lot that's coming on. It's coming down on me right now. It's a lot. It's too much. The name of the movie is called The Host. And I watched it when it first came out. And I've watched it like 10 times since then. Because the first time I watched it, I just watched it like it was presented. You know what I'm saying? The movie is about an alien abduction. The movie is about an alien abduction, and not an abduction, an alien invasion. Sorry, it's about an alien invasion. But these aliens, you cannot see. Do y'all see while I'm having the moment right now? These aliens, you cannot see. Not only can you not see them, they are so effective at the global takeover of human beings without being seen. An actual force with an actual body. But humans cannot see them. Humans can't see them. But they have a body. They're actual beings. They descend upon the planet and literally take over 90% of the planet. And then there's some rebellious humans who stage a contest, stay out of sight, creeping in whatever. So I watched it that way the first time and still understood that there was something more sinister and deep that was being communicated, because the movie was beautiful as far as I was concerned. Even when you're just watching it from the perspective that it's an alien takeover of the planet. You feel me? The narrative, the plot, it's really, really fascinating. But I watched it a second time a couple of years later. And all of a sudden, it was like a bomb went off in my head. I was like, oh my God, they're talking about the vagus nerve. This movie is about the vagus nerve. It is not about aliens even though that's what the movie is about. The movie is about in the front. The movie is about an alien invasion that successfully, quote, colonizes the majority of humans on Earth, and there are a few holdouts making a contest against the aliens. But when I saw that movie the second time, I was like, no, I'm tripping. It's not what I'm seeing. It's not what I'm seeing. Because, I don't remember names well. So I'm remembering the first time. I don't remember nobody's name. All I remember was what happened. You feel me? So I watched it the second time. And when I had that first eureka moment, I'm like, am I seeing what I'm seeing? They talking about the vagus nerve. When I tell you, it was undeniable. You don't have to be a med student to see. Once you see through what is being presented to you in the front, once you see through what is being presented to you in the front, I was like, oh my God. I said, okay, I got to be tripping. Let me just watch the whole thing and take some notes and make sure I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. I just told you that the very ancient name of the vagus nerve across many cultures is called the Great Wanderer. The alien, because the way the aliens were successful in taking over humanity was they so small that they invade, like, what was that old school movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers? They take over a human's consciousness by attaching right here in the cervical spine, right where the skull meets the spine. That's where they're attached. Right around the spine, inside, not outside, inside. And then once they're there for a certain period of time, the consciousness of the host dies out. The consciousness of the host will try to fight back for a little while, but usually within a couple of days or a couple of weeks, yes, a couple of days or a couple of weeks, the host will give up, and the alien will be able to effectively live in the host's body, on God. Oh my God. Son of a bitch. Oh my God. Yeah, I gotta be done. I cannot. This is a lot. So in the movie, child, Stephanie, who is the quote heroine of the movie, you feel me? While they got her hostage, the aliens who are already living in somebody else's body, you feel me? They do a little surgical incision and let the alien go into her consciousness. And when she wake up, because she was already a rebel, she was already one of them few that was trying to evade takeover, colonization. And so when she wake up and she realized that somebody else is in her head with her, God damn it, man. Fuck. Hold on. God damn it. Yeah. My God. Son of, listen. Shit. I'm sitting here telling you this shit, but I had already understood so much about the movie. And now, because of what we've been talking about, I'm like, oh my God, this was what I was just talking about and didn't even see it in the movie. And this is my movie, okay? So she wake up and realize that somebody is in her head with her. Somebody is in her head with her. This somebody in her head with her, listen, the aliens When the movie come on, Earth is green, peaceful. There's the narrator is saying that when these aliens came to the planet and took over the planet, there was no more war. There was pollution was completely eradicated in a goddamn year. Holy fuck. Oh, 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 goddamn. Shit. Mm. 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 Somebody do something for me. Somebody do something for me. Oh my God. Do me a favor. Google, search the etymology for the name Stephanie. Search the etymology of the name Stephanie and put it in the comment section. Oh my God. When the movie comes on, Earth is perfect. Okay. When the movie comes on, okay, listen. When the movie comes on, Earth is perfect. According to the narrator, there is no more crime. There's no more crime. There's no more sickness. There's no more sickness. The planet was healed within a year. Within a year, the planet was healed. The hole in the ozone layer mended. The earth was healed. No crime, no war. Peace on a perfect earth. But the only thing was that could only happen with the takeover, and it wasn't even a hostile takeover. They didn't come in the form of war. The aliens did not come in the form of an Independence Day type takeover, y'all. They came quiet. They came undetectable, unseen, unperceptible to the human population. Oh, fuck. The earth was perfect. And even though the earth was perfect, there was a percentage of the population that was like, this is colonization of our planet. And we gonna be rebels because we have to fight back. We can't have no perfect earth. We can't exist in the world where there is no war. Oh my God. This becomes the basis, child, for they resistance. I'm having a whole fucking moment, y'all. This becomes the basis for their resistance. Stephanie, whose name means in the Greek, Stephanos, meaning crowned, wreath, or garland, the brim of a helmet. Please email those to me. I am having a whole fucking moment, child. And then Paul Kismet says the host of the ages. The host of the ages means a sacrificial victim. Y'all email me this shit. I'm having a whole fucking meltdown. I'm having a meltdown right now, y'all. I'm having a meltdown. Yo. So Stephanie and her little brother and a dude that she meet, her boo, they become the face of this resistance movement. They hide out in the mountains. You feel me? I'm gonna have to watch this movie over. They hide in the mountains, and then they go in, and so the society is so trusting because nobody has an incentive to commit crime. Do you hear what I'm just telling you? There's no incentive to commit crime. There is no poverty. There is no wealth. Everybody has what they need in this society. Healing is instantaneous, no matter how severe the wound. Nobody lies, nobody cheats, and nobody steals. So when Stephanie wakes up and realizes that they have, quote, allowed an alien to take over her body, but she's still conscious in her mind, what does this sound like? If it doesn't sound like a war in our own head, when I was just talking about the necessity for the dichotomizing of the human being in every way possible, spirit from flesh, right brain from left brain, conscious mind to subconscious mind. Didn't I just talk about that? She recognizes that she is now at war with this voice. The only evidence that something else is in there with her is the voice in her own head, child. And so in her own body, as the quote host to this quote alien invader, the society, they are so honest. They don't lie or anything. So this alien that's in there with her, she's telling Stephanie is telling the alien, do this, do that. She's like, I can't do that. That's not right. She's like, do it, or I'm gonna make you do it. And so she'll force her body because the alien has got primary control. That's how the human consciousness ends up dying out. Is because they don't have no control. You feel me? So they running down the road because they got to get to where they're going because she got to find her brother. So she pleads with the alien, please, I got to go find my brother. He's so young. He can't be out there by himself. I got to go find him. And so the alien, feeling empathetic, is like, you know what? Okay, but we can't do anything bad. We can't do anything wrong. So they run out of the building. They escape from the building. And when they escape from the building, Stephanie is like, trying to break into a car. She's like, stop doing that. Don't make me do that. Stop doing that. She's like, hold on, we'll get a ride. She's like, you can't get no ride. She's like, just let me do this. The alien. She stops a car that's passing by. She's like, excuse me, sir, I have an emergency. Can I borrow your car? I'll make sure to return it. And he was like, well, of course. Be careful and take care of yourself. And gets out of his car and lets her have the car, and they drive off. Absolute trust. Because there is no competition. There is no need to steal when you have what you need, right? So she gets right in the car. She's like, y'all actually do that? This is Stephanie. Y'all can actually do that? She was like, yeah. We don't steal. We don't cheat. We don't lie, right? So they are driving to get where they're going to try to find the outpost. The only thing that identifies, that lets the, quote, uncolonized know that the person that they in front of is colonized, is there is a ring, like a halo, in their cornea. There's a beautiful, brilliant, lit ring around the cornea of their eye. That's the only thing that would let someone know that they, quote, are possessed with this alien. Feel me? So they get to their outpost. And then her family, her uncle, her auntie, her brother, everybody is there. And they see that she has these eyes, and he's like, Stephanie's gone. She dead. She ain't up in here. This alien is trying to get us. She trying to expose us. She trying to get us got. But they don't want to kill her because they love her. And she's trying to convince them, I'm in here, but she can't talk for herself. So she tells the alien, tell them I'm in here. She was like, I have to be careful because they might kill me. They might think I'm crazy, or they might think I'm up to something. So, but the family can't kill her because they love her. So they take her and put her in this jail in the outpost. You understand? I ain't gonna say much more about it, but this is deep, and this is a moment that I'm gonna have to sit with for some time. So while they're holding her hostage, they're trying to decide what to do with her, because her partner, who thought she died, who loves her, wants to kill her because he's so grief-stricken He's so grief stricken because he thinks his boo is dead up in there. You feel me? She finds a way to get out of the what happens is they like, look, if you're gonna be here, you're gonna work. Oh my God, I gotta watch this movie tonight. If you're gonna be here, you're gonna work. This alien, they give her, so they inside of a mountain. The mountain has a river running through it, which is a blessing because the way that they have been able to sustain themselves for all this time since the invasion is they created this. I am too fucking through. I'm too through. They create inside this mountain that has one portion of the mountain that actually has like a cave from the top. So there's an opening from the top, and there's not enough sun to get into the top, though you can see the sunlight. But the way the sun and the mountain are together, there's never any direct sunlight. So over this time that the aliens have colonized the planet, they have built piece by piece this elaborate mirror system, mirrors that you can crank with a crank, and the mirrors will elaborate hundreds of mirrors hooked up rudimentarily with like a chain and crank system. So if in the daylight the goddamn aliens are looking for them, they don't give away their position, so they quickly hide the mirrors. So they crank open so that the mirrors can reflect all the sun inside the mountain, where they have a massive field of wheat. Massive. There are like 30 people in the wheat field cutting wheat inside a fucking mountain. They say, look, if you're going to be here and we got to feed you, you going to work. So she, the alien, what I wouldn't have known this and I wouldn't have seen it unless we was talking about what we are talking about today. Unless we had studied what we have been studying for the last, since February. I have seen this movie 100 times. I own it on fucking DVD. That's how many times I've seen this movie. And I would not have been able to see this shit until now. Because Melanie represents the dualistic twins in the one body. They actually personify these two aspects of the twins at war with one another inside one flesh. These two extreme poles existing in the one, making a contest for space within the one. Just like we talked about how the ancient Gnostics talked about how Jesus and the devil were the same. They were one, two personifications of the one. Jesus being high noon in the desert, and the devil, his quote brother, being midnight on a dark moon. Here she is. This didn't even occur to me because the only reason I mentioned the movie was because I said I've been promising for y'all for 3 years to teach y'all about the vagus nerve, and how I had this epiphany one day years ago watching this movie that this movie is about the vagus nerve. The alien takeover that they talking about is the vagus nerve. It's the vagus nerve. The reason I got on that is because holy fuck. Oh my God. God damn. Oh my God. Yo. Oh my God. Yeah. I am having. Oh my God. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Oh, fuck. Oh. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. God damn. Uh, ho, 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 oh, 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 shit. It's mm, god damn. Uh, yeah. Uh, 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 uh. Mm-mm. Listen to me. Listen. Yo. Fuck. Listen. I am, when I tell you I'm subdued right now, I'm subdued. Yo, I am subdued. I, I, mm, mm, oh, mm, oh my God. Fucking, yeah. Oh my God. Holy shit, yo. Oh my God. 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 Uh, uh, uh. Listen, the only reason I got on this, the only reason I even got on the vagus nerve was because what were we talking about right before that? We were talking about hold on, what was we talking about that got me off on that? Um I remember what got me on that, y'all. I am having a whole fucking breakthrough. What the fuck? We were talking about Jupiter. We were talking about the little R sign and shit, right? I don't remember how we got on that. I remember in a minute. We were talking about the little R sign and why they used it. And Jupiter, right? The god of healing. Y'all call him to this day. What the great benefic, the great the great benefic who is jolly on the spot right now. There's all these, like, I was listening to the astrology today. It's written down in here somewhere in this madness about how Jupiter is, has transitioned into the square, and although there's the potential for bounty because he's the great benefic, there's this other shit happening, blah 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 blah. And I have been having a problem for about the last month trying to figure out how to make this transition, just like we did with Saturn, in my mind about Jupiter, based on the mythology, right? Based on the mythology, how to not only stay stuck at, because if we get stuck at Zeus, then we still don't go deep enough. Because what do we say even before that? That all the great planets, right, identifiable with the human eye, which every religion, every story is about those planets that have been visible since antiquity by the human eye, and they were all female before the birth of the sun. They were all female. Those 7 structures in our solar system were all, that's the basis behind the Tibetans and the Asiatic population having a united idea and story about the significance of the 7 mountains. Is these planets as the 7 mountains, as above, so below on the earth. The 7 God, the 7 mountains, the 7 sisters, all of these stories, this looking at the goddamn moon, looking at the moon and her 7 quote phases or faces. The crescent, each direction, which is symbolized by any animal you see on TV, any bad guy, any creature, any monster, any whatever, is always symbolized by, quote, supposedly just bull horns, the bull of heaven. But those bull horns are still based on 2 of the 7 phases of the moon, the 2 opposing crescents. That's the moon. That's the horns, the 2 opposing crescents, the waxing phases and the waning phases, and then the full presentation of the moon. This is why 7 was so replete everywhere, because they could see it everywhere. They could see it in heaven. They could see it on the earth, right? And so, when I was stopping for the last month, and I'm like, okay, well, if Saturn, who we call now the great malefic, and Jupiter the great benefic, but we realized that there was an actual identifiable, historically, not astrologically, astronomically, there was a moment when it was believed that there was a collision between Jupiter and Saturn that made Saturn incapable of providing the purple light as the evening sun that it had provided throughout the 2,500 years of the golden age. That it was an astronomical event that generated the astrological mythological story on earth. Saturn is seen as no longer benefic, because it doesn't shower the earth with its purple luminous evening rays. Now it's dark. Jupiter becomes the benefic. The reason that astrologers call Jupiter the great benefic is not because of his association with Zeus or Jupiter, but because of there's an asteroidal belt. There's an asteroidal belt between us and Jupiter, and it is the magnetic pull, the magnetic force of Jupiter that protects us from this asteroidal belt. That is the reason that it has been so long, a couple of billion years, since there has been a major asteroid that has been able to hit our planet, because of this movement, this collision between Saturn and Jupiter. Jupiter's position shifted in a way that now locked this asteroidal belt into a position, not only locked it into a position where asteroids don't hit the earth from that side, but anything coming from behind the sun is now automatically diverted by the power of the magnetic pull of Jupiter, astronomically, not astrologically. So is this the reason that Jupiter became the great benefic? Is it just a patriarchal story of Zeus taking over or subduing, quote, Saturn, who eats his children? Or is it an astronomical retelling of or is this story an astrological, metaphorical, metamorphosed story of a witnessable, scientific, historical, documented event among the ancient astronomers who witnessed this event and witnessed the change that this event had in terms of the gravitational force and all of this shit. They witnessed this event and the impact that it had on the earth. Is that what happened? Is this story where now Saturn becomes the malefic because its position has changed and the purple light is no more, right? and Jupiter, having experienced this shift, shifted in a way that Earth is now not really ever threatened by comets or asteroids or anything major, because the magnetic pull of Jupiter is so sufficient that it is always what do you call it? Diverting would-be threats to the planet from our Earth to save us. And so the reason I'm saying this is because talking about Zeus the way that we have at the beginning of this, and how terrible he was, and that's how I got on it, was because Zeus and Jupiter were synonymous with this tyrannical love that was synonymous with rape and oppression and doing all this terrible shit and pain and suffering and the this and this. You feel me? But in this moment, I'm like, oh no, I have to go further back than that, because we can say, yes, love under patriarchal misinformation is harmful. It's dangerous. It's insidious. It's always plotting and scheming. It's all, yes, but there was something before. Jupiter used to be a female planet, just like every other planet identifiable with our actual eyes in the night sky. And so if that is the case, then who was Jupiter before they gave Jupiter a sex change? Who was Jupiter before they gave Jupiter a sex change? Who were all of the heavenly sisters in this solar system where we are a family, right? What were the names? And so I've been doing this deep dive because I've even been having issue within my own self about always diverting to Jesus as the owner of the crossroads being synonymous with a shoe and a leg by, right? A shoe and a leg by, the dual-faced, the two-faced, right? Jesus and the devil, the two-faced. You feel me? Jesus and his father, the two-faced. You feel me? Like all of this twin shit. But when I talked about love with Zeus, that's how I got on the vagus nerve, because Zeus as an archetype, not as an actual entity that existed, as a metaphor for our own skull. When our skull is in harmony, when our skull is in disharmony, what we look like when we are in balance, what we look like when we are out of whack. Zeus as Zeus as a metaphor. Oh, yes. Zeus as a metaphor. Let me not lose this thought. Because we can talk about the planets, we can talk about astrology and astronomy, we can talk about these historical events that have taken place astrologically and astronomically. We can talk about these astronomical events that are mathematically precise to the second, right? And how the ancients, through astronomical observation of these movements over thousands and thousands of years, right? And how the mythology, because people love culture, they love song and dance, they love culture, they love storytelling. And we, as primordial people, when we was talking in this other book about how it's better for us to learn in symbols, not through written language, right? And so because we love culture, we love the science too, but because we love culture, this is how the story develops around these identifiable, mathematically precise scientific observations over 25,000 years, over however many years. These are the stories that develop. But not only are we talking about the heaven, not only are we talking about our heavenly siblings, not only are we talking, not only are we talking about the planets, we're not just talking about the planets when we tell the story of Zeus, when we tell the story of Saturn, when we transform great grandmother Crone into Kronos and to Saturn, the lion-headed who consumes his children for fear of being overthrown. We are not just telling a metamorphosed story of our heavenly siblings moving through heaven, and the impact, the identifiable impact and changes that happen on Earth when these planets, go through these cycles and movements and stuff at the same time. And it didn't occur to me until just now. Like, I knew kind of over there, but I was so hyped about the astrology. I was so hyped about the period in time. I was so hyped even about the astronomy of it and bridging this gap between astronomy and astrology, never prioritizing that what we are witnessing historically, unbroken in time, out there with our heavenly siblings, we are living out the same exact play verbatim in our own mind, in our own head. And I have been for 2 weeks talking about the great white father sitting on the throne of your consciousness, the great white father God taking up real estate he didn't earn in the throne of your mind. I've been talking about that. Not even, and I'm talking politically about that. I'm talking about how your conditioning show up as the great white father God sitting in the throne of your mind. That's all I've been talking about for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And not until this moment, talking about the vagus nerve and not intending to talk about the vagus nerve, talking about love in its extreme poles, in the possession of a son gone rogue who gives birth to the father that did not exist in history. In the son gone rogue, exalting itself, over bloating itself, its ego gone such a ride that it is threatening to kill and decimate everything on earth. Gives birth to the father God, the son gone rogue, and in the possession of the son gone rogue, now exalting himself no longer as the son, now he's the father. In this archetype of the father, love still exists, but it exists through the lens of one who has sufficiently severed all ties to the mother. And so his understanding of love, his projection of love, everything that he understands about love is sufficiently and successfully severed from anything even remotely or distantly attached to the mother. So every expression of love is harmful. It is imprisoning. It is subduing. It is filled with war, filled with the rush that you get from experiencing others' fear. The husband who loves his wife but cannot explain the rush in his very blood that he gets when he experiences her fear, like a predator. They tell you in the natural world that a predator can smell your fear hormones. Do you think you separate from that mammal? Do you think you are, because you a mammal before you are anything? Do you think you are you? I told you about the white girl police officer who says, just like any predator, they can sense that. They can sense your fear, just like a lion can sense the fear of a gazelle. Why? Because hormones are not trapped in your skin. Hormones are not trapped in your skin. This is why I got to teach y'all the endocrine system. That's why the vagus nerve came up. I got to teach y'all about the endocrine system. Now it's do or die. I have to teach y'all about this shit. Because all this goddamn scientific conversation, no, spiritual conversation that I've been having you talking to you about the necessity of bridging the gap between science and spirit and how that shows up in the world and this and that and this and that. And I had not got to the crux that I am in this moment. Every story that we have talked about, deconstructing and peeling off the layers and the historical origin of and the this and the this and the this and the this. And this is how it show up. And this is why we got to bridge the gap between science and spirit. And never once, even as I started this conversation out, Earth, in the solar system is one. We one. Every creature, every animal, every plant, everything. We are one on this beautiful structure that we on top of, but we still in. Earth is in heaven, and Earth is a specific and peculiar part and expression of this grand whole called our solar system, and the grander whole called the Milky Way galaxy, and on and on and on. And never once until this moment talking about the vagus nerve, talking about this goddamn movie and all the symbolism that I had seen in it that was like, yes, when I talk about the vagus nerve, talk about the host and demonstrate how this movie is about the vagus nerve. It's not just about the vagus nerve. I was wrong. The vagus nerve is in there. The aliens are the vagus nerve, but the vagus nerve is the expression of, because why am I talking about Jupiter and his malignant love versus the mother's love? That in this period, love is evil. Love is a weapon, right? It is because one of the primary functions of the great wanderer. Oh, and let me tell you, let me just say this because this is going to be the coup d'etat. They called the vagus nerve the great wanderer, right? And in the movie The Host, where Stephanie's name literally means a crown, right? A crown, right? The alien that is sharing her body. Guess what the alien name is? Just guess what the alien name is. Somebody guess. Take a wild guess. No matter how outlandish you think it sounds. Guess what the alien's name is. Nobody want to venture a guess? Ain't no harm in being wrong. Just guess. No. I'll tell you though. That I like that. I'll tell you though. The alien's name is Wanderer. That's the alien's name. Wanderer. So the second time I saw it, I was like, what the fuck? How did I miss that? Her name is Wanderer. Now I want y'all to do me a favor. Name check the etymology of the name Wanda. W-A-N-D-A or W-O-N-D-A. W-O or W-A, do them both. W-O or W-A, Wanda. Search the name meaning for those two words, Wanda. Okay? Because Wanda, that's the nickname they gave her. The dude was like, that's too long. Wanderer, that's too long. Can we shorten it? And he said, can we call you Wanda? And she's like, all right, that's fine. Call me Wanda. Her name was the alien. Her name was Wanderer. I said, oh my God. How did I miss that the first time? Because I was caught up in the fanfare of the chase and all that shit. That the subtle eluded me, even as I had already graduated medical school. The obvious should not have eluded me, and it did. Okay, I like that. That might be meaningful. Slender, young tree. That might be meaningful. Her name was Wanderer. Okay? Now, the vagus nerve is responsible. The reason that I got caught up on that is because the vagus nerve, I told y'all this a couple of weeks ago, because I said eventually what I want to prioritize, because I could see what was coming, is I was going to call it, what did I tell you? Because I did the first part of it. I said, I don't know what to call it yet, but I think I'm going to call it something like how your body has been conditioned to betray you. Fight or flight. It was like something like that. Like, or fight or flight, the colon, how your body has been conditioned to betray you. Remember that? Let me write that down so I don't forget. Fight or flight. How your body has been conditioned to betray you. Right? And I talked a little bit about fight or flight, but I was like, we're going to have to save it for another day. Okay? Well, The fight or flight response that you mostly are familiar with is initiated by your adrenals, right? They sit like two little caps on top of your kidneys. The initiation of the fight or flight, at least as you understand it, is the kidneys. It doesn't start with the kidneys, but we'll say it starts with the first endocrine gland to respond is your adrenals, right? It is your senses that alert you of what it is that you must do, how you must react, how you must respond. It is the first stages. I'm not gonna get deep into this, because as a matter of fact, I ain't even gonna get that deep. But it's your adrenals, for the sake of the simplicity of this conversation, that are responsible for initiating the fight or flight response. So what is it when we talk about rest and digest or feed and breathe? Do we know what is responsible for the rest and digest or feed and breathe response? I'll make it easy. It's the vagus nerve. It's the vagus nerve that stimulates or enacts the rest and digest, aka feed and breathe response. It's the vagus nerve that is responsible for that. It's responsible for a lot more than that, but that's what we most know it for. The vagus nerve plays a major role in so I know y'all are all familiar. Oh my God. I know y'all are all familiar because we hear it all the time now about the love hormone. The love hormone. Oh, the love hormone. I'm telling you, in my career, I think I put my hands on 3 people who have the chemical makeup, the little hexagons placed together, the chemical composition of oxytocin is the love hormone, have the chemical composition tattooed on them. I'm like, oh, what's that? It's the love hormone. It's oxytocin. So it's a common thing, right? And oxytocin is not just the love hormone. The thing that we most know, anybody that's in any branch of the healing, field knows that the love hormone is responsible for partly, it plays a role in healthy lactation, right? It plays a primary role in our ability to experience climax, to orgasm, right? It is also it is actually hugely important in the delivery of a child. The moment that the baby crowns is in a woman's life. The moment that a woman crowns, that the baby crowns, she will experience a flood of oxytocin, not reproduced in her whole life, only at the moment that baby crowns. The moment that the baby crowns, and then in entirely safe environments, like where a woman is completely safe, completely covered, completely surrounded, completely cared for, and she has her baby like at home or naturally or whatever, there are an increasing number of women who report having an orgasm at the moment that their baby crowns. It is an extraordinarily massive flood of love hormones, oxytocin, that are necessary biochemically for the bonding process. That's why it's problematic to sever the umbilical cord before the baby has appropriately latched, so that the flow of oxytocin is not disrupted, because this is what is this bonding moment that is orgasmic, if left to do what it does, allows the mammal, any mammal, to violently defend their offspring. That's why. That's why they call women crazy when they fall in love. It is because you play with their motherfucking uterus, and the uterus is what stimulates, the uterus being triggered by a flow of oxytocin. That's why if you have a baby at home and you are having a difficult labor, or your contractions are not coming soon enough, the midwife will tell the husband to stimulate or play with your partner's nipples, because this is another way that oxytocin is stimulated in lovemaking, is through the manipulation of the nipples, because it will stimulate a flood of oxytocin. This flood and oxytocin in a woman that's experiencing a difficult labor, this flood of oxytocin causes uterine contractions. That's why when somebody is fondling your nipples or playing with your nipples during lovemaking, you have intense orgasms. You hear women talk about, all somebody has to do is play with my nipples and I can have an orgasm. That's the science behind why a woman can have what they call a nipple orgasm. They're like, I have 6 different orgasms. The most intense one that I have is a nipple orgasm. It's the most intense one, right? That's why, is because the flow of oxytocin by nipple stimulation, the first thing that it's doing is causing the uterus to contract, whether there's a baby in there or not. So that's why I love making feels more intense when your nipples are being fondled during intercourse. It is because it is causing a strong stimulation of contractions in the uterus. Okay. So this moment is when the mammal, looking to see itself reproduced in its offspring, has to initiate such an intense bond with the child so that the animal, the mother of the child, will actually insanely defend the baby to protect the baby. This is also the reason that it is, you hear it if you breed dogs, or is popular in birds and other animals. You cannot touch the offspring too soon, because your scent is now on her baby, and she will not take care of the baby because the birthing process for these animals ain't just over as soon as the baby out, right? The bonding process is long, and if you interrupt the bonding process, the mother will not take care of the offspring. Why? Oxytocin. Oxytocin is what causes a female of any species to, quote, like Jane put, reject her offspring. Oxytocin is still the hormone responsible for that. We've always just been told it's the disruption in the flow of oxytocin that makes it so that a woman won't take care of her baby. No, no, no. That disruption in the flow, that disruption of the delivery process, bright lights, fear, scared, all that shit that they do in the goddamn hospital, that disruption, as a matter of fact, the drug that they make you take to, quote, promote contractions, Pitocin, is a synthetic version just to stimulate your uterus, not to help you bond, just to stimulate your uterus. Pitocin is a synthetic chemical reproduction of oxytocin without the matrix attached, that helps to facilitate love and effective bonding and effective breastfeeding. That's why so many women have a hard time breastfeeding. I couldn't produce enough milk, I'm not successful. It is because there was a fake oxytocin. And once you have a fake oxytocin already floating in your blood, it will block the production of natural oxytocin. It'll block the production of natural oxytocin. Natural oxytocin is what gives you this insane love for your offspring. You understand? But not only that, I'm telling y'all this for a reason. I'm getting to a coup d'etat. Not only that, I've mentioned this on here before, but now it's so much more important and relevant, because it is still the same hormone. It's still oxytocin. It's still oxytocin that, at least biochemically, is responsible for the emotion of hate. Yes, the poles in the hormones, the polar expression of the hormones, every hormone, the polar expressions, the polar opposite expression of every hormone. Yes, every hormone, and a multiplicity of those hormones. My phone is about to die on IG, so if y'all want to swing over to my YouTube channel to continue watching, because I don't have anything near me to charge my phone. So once it dies, that's it. So go to YouTube, at DaughterOfTheFates, one word, at DaughterOfTheFates, Fates, plural, DaughterOfTheFates, one word with the at sign. Otherwise, you'll have to wade through a bunch of shit to get to my channel. At DaughterOfTheFates, if you want to continue with the word on YouTube. The reason that, so you've got this dual personification of, quote, the love hormone. this dual personification of the same hormone, two extremes in the one. So true love, the mother's love coming from her body and her own experience, is what guarantees that she will violently defend her progeny with extreme expressions of love. So, in a world dominated in our consciousness, man, in our spirit, in our DNA, in our flesh, we experience patriarchy in our flesh, not just in our mind, not just in our spirit. We experience patriarchy in our flesh, in our uterus, in our testes, if we got them, you feel me? In our heart, in our brain, we experience patriarchy, not just an idea, not just as an idea. What did I tell y'all the other day? I had a problem with that whole damn saying, thoughts become things, thoughts become things. This is the power of manifestation. Thoughts become things, thoughts become things. The reason I have an attitude about that is because when you talk about the power of manifestation and thoughts become things, it's still this top down to the reduction of the lower, right? This ambiguous thought that just comes to your mind, and then all you got to do is use your body to make it manifest. But the other side of that is things become thoughts. Things become thoughts. Experiences as things become thoughts. History as things become thoughts. The ideology of patriarchy planted as a seed in the collective consciousness is what gives rise to what we're experiencing in our actual flesh as patriarchy. Oh, I mean the other way around. Our experience in the flesh, our experience in the flesh, our experience is what taught us to accept the Father God as the Most High, as the only, as the supreme. Sorry, I got that backwards. Our experience in history over time of our flesh, of an increase in violence, for war and contest for resources, these things that we experience in our body, that Earth experiences in her body, with the exploitation, the overplanting, and this and this and this, becomes the thing that concretizes and validates this shift happening in human society, where the slow transition, where the mother is dying off, dying off, dying off, and the father is taking up space, taking up space, taking up space. And I'm talking about the metaphorical father and the metaphorical mother as, well, quote, the energy that defined our entry into this world and into this life as matriarchal, matrilineal, matrifocal societies where everybody thrives, including the males, right? And this slow transition into what we now are experiencing as the peak personification of patriarchy, which is, even though they call it God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, it is the son gone rogue, his overbloated ego that gives birth to the Father. His overbloated ego gives birth to the Father and the Holy Spirit, right? Now, why am I saying this? Because things, meaning our experiences in the material world, become ideas that we accept. Things become thoughts just as easily as thoughts become things. Okay. So anyway, not digressing too much on that. But the reason I'm saying it is every hormone. That's why when we was talking 2 days ago about the endocrine system, remember that? And I was saying, you know, I'm talking to these people, I'm doing readings for these people, I'm doing 5 elements consults for people. And so many people are trying to communicate something using a language that is not incorrect. It's not incorrect, but the experience that I'm having is what they're articulating with the language that they have is not going to do for them what they need to do. But I was talking about how I had 2 different people in 1 week say, you know, I think my heart chakra is blocked. And I've been doing yoga and I've been meditating, but I still feel this pressure on my chest and this shortness of breath. And even though ain't nothing wrong with me in my flesh, I just still feel like my heart chakra blocked. And I'm like, and I told y'all just 2 days ago, I was like, your heart chakra ain't blocked. That ain't what's wrong. You feel me? That ain't what's wrong. Your throat chakra is the problem. And the backup of what you should have been speaking out of your throat chakra is harassing your heart. The backup, because the heart needs an outlet. The heart, the liver needs an outlet. Isn't that what I'm always teaching y'all in 5 elements theory? That suppressed, unexpressed, Unresolved emotional trauma will literally burn you up from the inside out. It'll literally consume you from the inside out. All of your symptoms are your organs' way of screaming out loud, something is wrong that needs to be addressed. And so you got red eyes or you got yellow eyes. Your liver is screaming like, bitch, can you handle that? The symptom is your divinely perfect liver attempting to communicate something to you. It's not working against you. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Symptoms are a communication of your divinely perfect body. Symptoms are a communication, child. They're not a diagnosis. They're a communication. And so when somebody starts talking to me about how they got shortness of breath or they're chronically clearing their throat every time they talk, no matter how much water they drink, or they don't have a lot of power in their voice, right? I just talk like this. And you listen and you're like, huh? Can you repeat that? Huh? Right? Very clear physical signs that something is happening in the upper region here. Now you have to narrow down. If you only have the language of chakras and energy and yoga and meditation, I'm sorry, you're not going to have enough information to inform you of what it is you need to do. Now, while meditation and yoga may be a part of the strategy, if you come to me and I see clearly that your blocked ass throat chakra, first of all, I'm probably not going to diagnose you that way anyway. Even though I do have a background in Ayurveda, it is not dominant in how I quote, assess people in the moment. I can use that language for some people because I know that's what resonates with them. But the reason I'm talking about this is because we're talking about the immune system, the endocrine system. We're talking about the quote dual nature of oxytocin and how it is one hormone that is responsible for two polar potentialities. Hate and love are both our senses is what determines how the pendulum of our hormones will swing. That ain't no shit y'all ready to hear. It is how we experience our environment that will tell our hormones, are we in love, or are we in patriarchal love? Do I feel panicky and heartbroken every time he leave the house because I know he be looking at other women and so he may be with some other woman, but that feeling that you feel that feel like love, I love him so much, but I'm always worried when he leave the house because I expect betrayal. That's not real love. That's love. That's patriarchal love. That love is based in desire that we equate to possession. That love is based on a feeling of desperation, of fear, right? That love is not love. That love is based in this proximity to one apart from his mother, so he doesn't mind breaking your heart. He don't feel nothing when he break your heart. He don't feel nothing, when he mistreats you. All he got to do is come back and say, babe, I love you. And he's not lying. He ain't lying. Because the only way that he learned love past breastfeeding is through Father God, Father man, Father archetype in the world. That's the only love that he has been exposed to in mass since he stopped nursing, since he done went off out into the world, like the great hero's journey. The hero's journey, the first leg of the hero's journey is what? This is what Joseph Campbell wrote about, quote, the hero's journey. The hero's journey, which is defined by the first and most important part of the journey, is to leave your home. What is that synonymous with? What the Bible say? You must leave your mama. To become a man, you must leave your mama. And another chapter it say, you cannot love me and love your parents. If you truly love me, you must hate your mama. You must hate your daddy. That's what the Bible say. So the hero's journey is based on Jesus. The hero's journey is based on Jesus, it's based on Moses, based on Abraham, based on Jacob, based on Isaac, tell me the patriarch, based on Brahma, based on Krishna, based on Buddha. The hero's journey is based on the son gone rogue, aka leaving his mother, severing his ties from his mother, going through the trials and tribulations. What are the trials and tribulations of every hero? The 12 labors. The 12 labors. Samson had them. Hercules had them. Dionysus had them. The 12 labors. Why is life so difficult? Because you done left your mama. You done left your mama, and that's why life is difficult. That's why you got to go through the trials and tribulations. This is what hardens you. This is what hardens you and steels you as a man. The only way to become a man, isn't that funny? All these years that we lived as hunter-gatherers and the males lived in perfect harmonious union with the egalitarian society of women who kept the fire while the men went out to get the food and came back, and they had a whole party. They had a whole party. Once the man is back, let's turn up. They got some food. Let's turn up. We're going to cook for y'all. Y'all just chill and relax. They wasn't men then. They are only men when they leave the community, when they leave the safety of the community, when they leave the mother, when they leave the grandmother, when they, quote, leave the women behind while they go out to fight the wars. Wasn't no wars. Not during the matriarchal, matrilineal, matrifocal epoch of human history, the period in human history that we spent the most time in. Wasn't no wars. Wasn't no wars. When did they say the war started? When we started settling down into societies, and we began in our knowledge of how to grow food and how to domesticate animals, the first time in human history where there was a surplus. There was a surplus of food, and then we became protective. We was like, we don't want nobody else to come and get our food. So now that you men don't need to be hunters and gatherers, because we can grow our own food, we can domesticate our animals, so you can go right out there in the pen and get the animals. You ain't got to chase them or nothing. Since y'all can't be hunter-gatherers no more, y'all don't need to be hunter-gatherers anymore. What we're going to do is now we're going to make you watch. You going to protect the grains, make sure don't nobody come and get our grain stores. And then another one of y'all going to become husbands. Y'all going to be over the domestication of the animals and the breeding of the animals, so we ain't got to go out there and chase no food no more. Once their relationship in the means of production in relationship to the mother changed, and they started saying like, damn, we can breed cows, we can breed goats, and this little stuff that come out of them, they got it too, and we got it too. And we take specific sheep with another sheep, or a cow with another cow, and the cow of our choosing can come out. We can actually predict what kind of cow we have by putting this cow's semen in this cow, this little Bess over here, or this little heifer over here, and we can produce we can predict what kind of cow we gonna have. They've been lying to us, these bitches. All this time, these bitches been lying to us. They've been telling us that our only role in the process was just to open up the womb, you feel me, so the spirit can come in and work with the mother's blood to make the baby. These bitches been lying. I'm being funny, but I am being historically serious. It was men becoming aware of the, quote, greater role they played in the reproductive process that demystified their commitment to the mother. They was like, all these motherfucking years we've been talking about the goddess and shit, thinking, that our role is to support the goddess by just opening up their uteruses and shit so God can come up in there and give us another one of them. These bitches been lying. It was the change in our actual physical relationship to the earth and to each other, in the changing of the means of production in that relationship to the earth, that slowly represented the seed that gave birth to a bourgeoning ego. Ego is not bad. It is when that ego became bigger and bigger and bigger. And the first wars that came as a consequence of hoarding surplus. For the first time, we're gonna give you one of these tools to use as a weapon to keep others away. We ain't gonna share. You feel me? We gotta protect our surplus. And so y'all men gonna stop killing animals on the hunt. Y'all gonna be right here in the city or in the town or in the village, in the clanship, and y'all just gonna make sure nobody come and steal our shit. Between turning them into domesticated farm workers, if you will, protecting the grain and tending to the cattle and the sheep and shit. What happens is now they have to fight humans. They had already felt bad about killing animals all this time because it's like, damn, this my sister, this my brother, the animals. And those cultures built up around that were about blood guilt as a consequence of needing to kill an animal to eat it. But now you've committed an act even greater. You've gone to war with your brother or sister human under the auspice of protecting surplus. This is my personal belief. I personally believe this is what planted the seed that has got us to this moment that we are now. That in this kind of hoarding, this transition, right? That now the sun is his malignancy is threatening the life of the whole. No different than a cancer. His malignancy is threatening the life of the whole. I'm saying all of this because this whole fucking moment that I've just been having, that started out with like saying, okay, not only did we spend all this time reassessing our relationship to Saturn, recognizing that Saturn had a patriarchal gods imposed sex change operation that hidden from us has been the original nature of Saturn, which is great grandmother crone. But my default was to stop and be like, Jupiter ain't no benefic. Listen to the history of Jupiter. Listen to the stories of Jupiter, Zeus, here, rapist, here, this, and this, and this. And I was like, oh no, that's not deep enough. That's not deep enough because Jupiter, even before he became Zeus, even before he became Jupiter, had to be a female. If all the things that we can see with our seven eyes in the heavens, our little heavenly neighbors and shit, were all females at one time, known in different periods as the seven mountains, as the seven sisters, and this and this and this and this. Who was Jupiter before given a sex change? Who was Mercury before the sex change? Who was Mars before the sex change? Neptune, Uranus, Poseidon, Hades, any name you want to give. Who were they before they were given a sex change? That archetype will explain a lot, but not just stopping there based on the mythology, the astrological stories, and the astronomy of the movements of the heavens. That even when we can talk about these stories out there, we are telling a story that exists in real time in our actual body. In real time. Jupiter is the white light in our head. Zeus, Jupiter, whatever you want to call it, that planet is synonymous with our, quote, consciousness, our ego, who we see ourselves to be. What in Ifa we call Ori, the white light in our head, the white light in our head, our first God on earth. That's what Ifa says about Ori. It is your first God on earth, gifted to you by Obatala, the Lord of White. You feel me? What we are experiencing in the storytelling, the mythology, and the medical science of astronomy and astrology is still not metaphorical. Because the other thing that I hear a lot, it's not wrong, but without telling the whole story, you grasping at straws. I have heard a lot about people talking about how, like somebody the other day, Thursday, was mentioning Jacob's Ladder. I don't remember what the context was, but somebody had mentioned Jacob's Ladder. And how for a long time we saw this, because the first place we see it obviously is in the Bible. So because we trained as Christians to see everything in the Bible as not metaphor, like actual, like the way it was written is how it actually happened. So it's not until we get older that we recognize that these stories are metaphorical, and so you hear a school of thought of people who are like really into the occult, or like like hidden mysteries and all of that shit, right? Mystery schools and all of that shit. They're not wrong, but they deliberately tell you one little minuscule part of the story because the mystery is everything. And so they have this whole mythology about like, these stories, like the sun, its movement through the 12 houses, this and this and this and this, and how our body is a reflection of that. But they stop there because it's true. Jacob's Ladder. Why the Masons? Why the highest elevation of a Mason is the 33rd degree, right? The reason that the highest initiatory process in the Freemasons is 33 is because there are 33 vertebral bodies. You got 33 vertebrae. You got 33 vertebrae. You feel me? And so it is a different way from a different society, a different culture telling the same story as the story where the story, emerged from, which is the Vedas in India. You feel me? The sleeping serpent resting in the base of the spine, that upon being stimulated, the serpent, it's actually a dual serpent, by the way. We always see it as one, but it's actually a dual serpent, right? Dual personifications. Those serpents in one, but the dual personification, right? These serpents start to move through the spine. Everywhere the serpent meets the spine, it meets at a chakra. Everywhere the serpent creeps up the spine, it crosses at a chakra. That's the center. Okay? It crosses at a chakra and illuminates that chakra, charges up that chakra. Then it goes through the next chakra. Then it goes through the next chakra. That's the 33 steps in Jacob's ladder. Those 33 vertebrae that this serpent is creeping up. The 33rd degree, if you will, or the 33rd vertebrae, which is hidden. The 33, oh my God, man. The 33rd vertebrae, which is hidden. You cannot palpate it because it's right up under what we call our occiput, that little bone, that little nub in the back of your head. That's called the occiput. That vertebrae that is impalpable but holds up the world, is called Atlas. The scientific name for that vertebral body is called, yes, Atlas, the god in Olympus who was punished by what? Holding up the weight of the world on his neck. When you see him, it's not his back. He got it resting right there on his neck. The world in this story, this mythological, astrological story, is your big old ass head. Atlas, who holds up the world, which is your head. You understand? So he's, quote, burdened to carry the weight of the world on his neck. Atlas, right? That's the 33rd degree. Where does the sun come in? Because the sun, like an Ifa, is Arumula. The sun is Arumula. This is supposed to be, quote, the source of enlightenment, right? Arumula is, quote, the key to divination, the secrets of divination, the secrets of enlightenment. Arumula, the sun. So when I'm always talking about over the last 2 weeks, not even trying to make it like metaphysical or like spiritual or anything, talking about politics, talking about politics and why you do the fucked up shit you do is because you got what? A white male patriarch sitting in the throne of your skull, and then you switch over to talking about, astrology and the symbology and the mythology and the spirituality. I'm like, oh my God, everyone is guilty because we say that Orunmila sits on the crown as our God. Orunmila, Obatala, your Ori. These two male gods represented by a white light literally springing out of their forehead, dressed in all white. And I'm saying for the last 2 weeks, the reason you be out here doing fucked up shit in the world, having fucked up opinions and shit, is because you don't know it. You didn't do it deliberately, but they seated a father god, either white male father god or a black male dressed in all white, father god, taking up real estate in what is supposed to be your God self-personification as God in your mind on earth. You seeing you in the mirror and recognizing God that is sitting in the throne of your consciousness. You feel me? So that's one thing. Orunmila represents the S-U-N. The S-U-N, right? Orunmila is the one that has this relationship with all the African powers, what we call the Orisha. It is Orunmila's relationship with each Orisha that tells a story, particularly of what we call it, the 7 African powers. There's 401 Orisha. Why we only focus primarily on the 7? Same reason every other culture did. Same reason every other culture did. The 7 greats in each pantheon. Same reason, because they all saw the same planets that we saw from the Earth. They all saw the same structures that we saw, and they all had a different way of telling the story of the structure on the Earth and their relationship with it. So I literally have a statue. I have an altar in my bedroom, a chakra altar in my bedroom. And at the top of my chakra altar, representing my crown chakra, I have a statue of the 7 African powers with Obatala being the son of Orunmila, the first that Orunmila sent to Earth. Obatala, the god of white, the god of purity, right? The god of purity. And so Orunmila is never represented, because even with Christianity, they don't ever make physical manifestations of God, only Jesus. Because see, just like Obatala, Jesus say what? You have to communicate to me. I'll communicate what you need to him up there. Y'all don't need to see him. He too magnificent for you to even comprehend. That's why he sent me in an image that y'all can relate to. You feel me? Because to see him, it'll just blow your mind. Probably. So you communicate to me, and I guarantee I'll get that message up to Baba, to Orunmila, or whomever, Zeus, Jupiter, whoever you want to call him on any given day, right? So the reason I'm saying that is because Orunmila is the sun, right? Orunmila is the sun. Obatala, I think I have that wrong. Okay, let's do it this way. So Obatala and Ifa is Jupiter. There you go again. Obatala is synonymous with Jupiter. So yeah, that's right. The sun would be Orunmila, because Orunmila, yes, is the source of enlightenment, divination, and all that shit. And his father, Orunmila, is Olodumare, the great god in heaven. The great god in heaven, or Olorun is heaven. And Olorun is Olodumare. Orunmila is the sun. Obatala is Jupiter, what we call Jupiter or Zeus. Okay. And the reason it's important to say this is because we're still talking about planets and the archetypes and the mythology. But the breakthrough that I'm having right now is that I never spent any time at all, not significant time, no time at all, saying how the above is exactly a mirror of the below. How the above is an exact replica, mirror image of the below. Orunmila, who is the sun, which is the white light in your head, and his quote 12 labors, the quote journey that he has to make, whether you're talking about mythology or whether you're talking about the sun moving through the houses, the 12 signs of the 12 houses, is a story that lives in your own walk as God in this universe that is yours and yours alone. You are God. That's why your skull is a representation of the sun. Your skull is a representation of your sun, of the sun, right? And your movement through these signs is what? Each sign, right, represents something in your life or whatever. How is that replicated here? Because what I'm calling your sun, the white light in your head, scientifically, that is your hypothalamus. Now I've got to transition to why this is so important and why I had such a fucking whole ass moment with the vagus nerve. What we call the white light in your head when you meditate and you want to picture a bright light in your head, or you talk about the chakra, the seventh chakra being right up here, the 1,000-petaled lotus. The 1,000-petaled lotus is called Sahasrara. And the 1,000-petaled lotus is supposedly when that serpent has successfully climbed up those 33 vertebral bodies, has passed through the burdensome atlas to spring forward, forward. So when you see the pharaoh who has the serpent, the winged cobra coming out of their forehead representing enlightenment, it doesn't just stop with his third eye. That serpent, if you look at their cap, is going all the way back to their head. This, quote, burst of enlightenment that is represented by the kundalini finally breaking through to your God consciousness, it encapsulates the power of both the crown chakra and the third eye. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you what. So the 12 labors, because going up the 33 stairs, going up the 33 vertebral bodies, going up Jacob's ladder, that's only part. That's only part of the journey of the kundalini. The 12 labors that the sun must pass through that exist in your body are the 12 cranial nerves. I'm just telling you what it is. It's the 12 cranial nerves. There's 12 cranial nerves. And only one of those nerves are not in the actual head. There's only one nerve that is not in the actual head. That is the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is the only nerve that does not emanate straight out of the skull. It emanates out of the neck. The place that it emanates out of the neck, we call in Chinese medicine, that we call it two things. We call it the ancestral gate. We call it the ancestral gate. In Ifa, we call it the crossroads. Right there at C7 is where, well, between C7 and C5, as where this branch of cranial nerves that does not emanate from the skull, it emanates and branches out from the cervical spine, from the crossing point between heaven and earth. In Chinese medicine, the crossroads between heaven and earth is not the heart. In Chinese medicine, the crossroads between heaven and earth is where your head and your body connect. Now, Oshun's number is 5. The crossroads between heaven and earth in Chinese medicine and Chinese medical philosophy is the same thing that was communicated as Atlas's punishment. It's out of your neck. It's where your world, your head connects to earth, your body. Okay? So you got 12 cranial nerves, but you don't just have 12 cranial nerves. You don't just have 12 cranial nerves. Your cranial nerves, the reason that they are 12, but they're actually just 6, is because your cranial nerves are twins. You have 2. You have left side cranial nerves and right side cranial nerves. They're twins. They're twins. Even the vagus nerve, even though the vagus nerve is 1, she branches out in 2 directions. Not only do you have these cranial nerves, these nerves inform everything. That's why the chakras, the cranial nerves relationship to the kundalinis move up the spine is everywhere the 2 poles meet in the center. These are the extremes. These are the meeting in the center. These are the potential poles. These are the meeting in the center. Every time that serpent crosses up the spine, and where it crosses is to strengthen a chakra, because even you see it in the little adaptation. Every time the serpents cross, the chakra lights up. Every time the serpents cross, the chakra lights up, right? The free flow of the kundalini energy up the spinal column, and everywhere they cross, representing balance, representing oneness, representing the center, as opposed to the polar oppositions. They go out and they come together, and they go out and they come together, right? Each one of those chakras, which is what I was telling y'all the other day when I was telling the sister that it's not her heart chakra. Her heart chakra is impacted, but it's not the origin. The origin is when we read here in Missing and Symbols and Sacred Objects that the throat chakra in ancient times was called the Great Liberator. It is your open mouth communicating your heart's desires that liberates you, that frees up those things you attempt to keep quiet up in yourself. You understand? And so each one of those chakras, and so I know people can only communicate what they know. So when I talk about, like I did the other day, the throat chakra and how does that translate into Western medicine? How does the throat chakra translate into Chinese medicine, where I can actually give you something that can change what's happening in you? And I talked about the nodules in the throat, and I got off on a long diatribe about, removing iodine from Black people's diets. And now 20 years later, every Black woman got some kind of thyroid issue, and that's the impact of removing the iodine. And I got so into the biology and the biochemistry of the nutrition and the nutritional deficiencies and how it's been acting us, impacting us and shit, that I got off of what set me on that topic in the first place. Was the fact that I'm telling this woman that your problem is not your heart, at least primarily. Your primary problem that you're experiencing as a blockage in your heart chakra is that your great liberator has been sealed shut, has been welded shut. And so you got all this fire building and building and building from emotions that have had no exit route. Especially this little liver that I told you is always throwing fire. How does it throw fire on the heart? By putting wood, adding wood. How does it have all this excess wood that it's trying to get rid of on the fire? Is rage, resentment, frustration, depression, envy, jealousy. And if you are not constantly clearing it, what did I tell you about the liver in Chinese medicine? It circles the throat. So every time you got this excess of wood, you feel me, that you're trying to throw on the heart, because the liver is the mother to the heart. The liver is the mother to the heart. If I got some excess, I'm putting it off on you. I'm putting it off on you. But if there's an imbalance, then now you've got heart fire. Now you got heart palpitations, dream disturbed sleep, nightmares, and you ain't never had a nightmare in your life. You feel me? You're ruminating. You lay down wanting to go to sleep. You dead ass tired, but your mind is going so much. It take you an hour of looking at the ceiling before you can finally go to sleep. Then when you go to sleep, you still wake up 2-3 times a night because your dreams are so crazy that it's literally jolting you out of your sleep. You feel me? Or you develop, over a period of time not being treated, you develop mania, bipolar disorder, manic depression. And if it goes any longer without you treating it, addressing it however you need to, this might become sociopathy or narcissistic disorder or psychopathy. Your ass ignore your emotions and keep them in as this fire is building and building and building and building with no escape route. Then you might end up going and shooting up your whole workforce. You're like, I don't like none of you motherfuckers. Today is the day y'all can get it. Because the heart governs your mind, both your conscious and subconscious mind. And if you have too much heat, fire building up in the heart, because fire raises. Your heart is already the fire element. Your heart these motherfuckers. Your heart is the fire element already. It's constantly providing just enough fire that's grounded in the mother, that's grounded in earth, that's grounded in water, that's grounded in wood, it's grounded in air. It's got just enough oxygen, earth, wood, and water to give it a sustained, nutritive, beneficial fire. Any one of those elements deficient or in excess has the potential to cause the heart element to burn hotter than it can sustain healthy life. That excess heat, that excess fire, the first place you are going to see it is in how you see the world, how you think, propensity to fear, propensity to, depending upon what element is deficient or in excess. If you have a deficiency of the water element, the kidneys, if you have a deficiency in the water element, then you are going to be easily startled, easily frightened, panic easily, always afraid, fearful. The other way that it can express itself as a deficiency in the water element is suicidal ideation, losing the will to exist, losing the will to exist. There's not enough water to embolden the element, and so it loses the enthusiasm to live. That is going to show up because a deficiency in the heart is going to make it so that the fire burns too hot, and the first place it's going to impact is your mental wellness. So it can be those extremes again, either madness that makes you want to kill somebody, or a propensity to not want to live yourself in the extremes, in the polar expression. But then there's a whole variation between these two poles. Depression, manic depression, like extreme highs and lows in the expression of that manic depression. Bipolar disorder, narcissistic tendencies, sociopathy, psychopathy, da 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 da. So any offness in any of those things that are there to anchor and sustain a healthful, beneficial fire, and the fire will be off. And it is rare, not impossible, but it is rare given the nature of the fire element, which is the heart. Given the nature of the fire element, it is rare for the heart to be deficient. It is easy for the heart to be in excess. And then the reason I'm having a moment is because of this. I'm telling y'all, they know this shit. This shit that I'm teaching you about the elements, always teaching you, always using the yin yang, they know this shit and they use it. They use it because here we are in a week. We are on the brink of transitioning from the season of Gemini into the age of Cancer, which should give us relief. But the equinox, the solstice, we're transitioning into Cancer, the water sign, the moon sign. But we enter Cancer in what? The heart's season. What aspect of the heart? The fire element. We are entering the heart season, which is the fire element. The sign is water. The sign is moon. The sign is Cancer. The sign is nurturing. The season is what I was talking to you about like last year. That's why in the South and in the Northeast, there is a common saying. Every hood I've been to, when the weather gets hot, niggas start shooting. When the weather gets hot, niggas start shooting. And I always just thought it was like, a cultural expression. People hot, they frustrated, you know what I'm saying? And they can't get no relief or whatever, or their money ain't right or whatever. And so all they can do is show out, in my not understanding. This is that expression that was just a hood expression. When it get hot outside, niggas start shooting. People like actual identifiable increase in violence. The reason why is because the heart season is the summer. We are transitioning into the summer. As a matter of fact, so many astrologers today have been talking about June 20th is going to be a really volatile day. My advice is stay indoors. That's what I've been hearing. That's what I've been hearing all day. That I've been listening to these astrologers while preparing for this thing. The reason why is because June 20th is the longest day of the year. So there being more daylight in Kemetic tradition, this being the moment in the year, or quote, in the day is synonymous with the year. The summer solstice is that moment where the sun where quote, Ra becomes triumphant over Set. It's the longest day of the year. It's just a metaphor for how in a day we move, sunrise and sunset, and then how a year is a day. Doesn't the Bible say that? Oh my God. Doesn't the Bible say a year in the sight of the Lord? A year in the sight of the Lord. Wait, a year for mankind is but a day in the sight of the Lord. That's what that's talking about. Whether you are talking about a year, an actual solar year, or whether you are talking about a solar day. to look at a day and to look at a clock, and there is a high point called noon and a high point called midnight, and each one of these points will tell you exactly who is winning this war between, quote, good and evil, light and dark, the twins, right? Is it the bad twin winning or the good twin winning? High noon is the sun triumphant. He is in his exuberance. He is in his exuberance. He is in his utmost state. I did that. June 20th is him exalted. It's him in his sustained apex victory. The sun. June 20th is the longest day of the year. And then when June 20th is over, June 20th only, when June 20th is over, the day, the quote day, or the annual day, gets shorter and shorter from June 20th. Gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. Every single day, the sun gets shorter. The day gets shorter until the fall equinox, right? Which is the contest, because now they equal. That's why it's called the equinox. Equal day and equal night in time. Equal day and equinox. That's fall. And then from the fall, the dark gets longer and longer and longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. See, we don't say the sun keeps getting shorter. We say, well, in ancient times, sun gets shorter. But now time, if you will, is on the dark side past the equinox. The equinox was the equalizer, and now the dark is winning. The dark is winning. The sun, yeah, he's still getting smaller, but you have to say the dark is winning because the dark becomes more predominant until on the winter solstice, which is usually around the 20th to the 21st, the sun dies. Why does the sun die? Because the dark is triumphant. The dark has overpowered the sun. The dark has won. But see, they don't say that Christmas is because Christmas is not on the solstice. Christmas is on the 25th. Feel me? Why they do that? If the sun dies on the solstice, if the sun dies and is dead for 3 days on the solstice, which is the 20th, the 21st, and the 23rd, and it is on that fourth day, the 24th, that the sun shifts back its direction. So now, this is the moment where the sun on the solstice, the 25th, shifts, or the 24th or the 25th, depending upon how the solstice, the winter solstice lands, shifts back into the northern hemisphere, where from that day, from the 25th, it'll get longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. This is a foretelling to the moment where at the spring equinox, because they say 25th is the sun is born. The sun is born on the equinox, on the solstice, right? But we don't celebrate, quote, Jesus' birth until the spring equinox. But, astrologically and annually, right? This is the equalizer. The equinox is equal light, equal dark. So why they say he born on the equinox? He ain't born on the equinox. He born on the 25th when the sun, after appearing still, that's why they say he dead on the cross for 3 days. Or no, he died, right, on the equinox, because the dark was triumphant. He died on the solstice, on the winter solstice. Then they buried him. That's what had happened. They buried him, and he was dead for 3 days, and then he rose again, right? That is a metaphor for the actual sun in the constellation called the crux, or the cross. It's a little cross constellation. And on that constellation, the sun appears to move back into the northern hemisphere in preparation for its final pass, which is the equinox, the equal division between light and dark. They are equals, right? And the reason I'm saying that is because This shifting through our life, the shifting is how there was a reason I got on that. Oh, the heart element. The thing that I got mad about is and I kept saying all of this shit is a preparation, it's a setup, whatever. I got off on the aliens thing and all that shit that was coming down through the aliens thing. But this solstice, oh my God, this solstice. Oh fuck. Hold on. Um oh yeah, okay. Um that's deep. I have to think about that. That's so interesting. Um yeah. Um okay. Uh okay. The solstice in the ancient world has always represented the sun's victory over the dark. They say the dark, the SUN's victory over the dark, right? But we know now that what they've been calling, quote, the dark, what they've been calling, quote, the evil, what they've been calling, quote, you know, evil or dark, we know through five elements theory and through yin yang theory that the dark is synonymous with the mother, right? We know that the dark historically is synonymous with the mother, right? The moon, the mother, whatever. You feel me? The thing that's interesting is Trump has been ramping up this this aggression since January, like just like unending, just this ramping up. Damn near daily, he's signing executive orders, right? Just increasing and intensifying this ramping up, like a preparation, like this ramping, like a setting up the chessboard. He is a Gemini who, quote, defeated a Gemini rising as Kamala. And in the political spectrum of the world, this was a defeat. This was a defeat of the Sun Father, right? The Sun Father's victory over the Dark Mother. And you remember Kamala. And you remember I was saying that this means something, and the fact that nobody's talking about it was really interesting to me. The fact that this girl was Indian. The fact that this girl was Indian and had an Indian name. I don't remember that somebody searched the etymology of the meaning for Kamala's name, her first name, but her middle name is Devi, which we read the other day. Her middle name is Devi, which is the origin, which is the historical basis for the further on down the line, the quote archetype of quote the devil literally comes etymologically from the Sanskrit Devi, which means diva or goddess, right? And so here he is as here they are as as a representative of the two extremes, the two polar extremes. The quote, black adjacent, if you will, the black adjacent quote mother representative, so much so that she got the middle name Devi, goddess, right? And the peak personification of the sun god or the sun father, right? He's 79 today, right? He's a Gemini sun, right? And Gemini is an air sign, so it's extremely volatile, right? And so here you got this polar representation in the form of uh, Donald Trump, and then you've got this other personification. Kamala means lotus, and then her middle name means goddess or diva, right? And so you've got this woman whose name literally translates to lotus goddess, lotus goddess. But I tell you, can't write this shit. Lotus goddess, and she a Gemini rising, and this dude, some great prophecy in retrospect because a book was written about him in the Gilded Age called Baron Trump, about a little boy who is everybody's in the story so eerily similar to what we're witnessing, right? So both of them had this fucking mystique surrounding them as the polar oppositional expressions of the twins in their extreme polar oppositions. Trump being the president and Kamala literally being invisible since the election, right? Trump is in his bag. He's sitting on the throne. He's sitting on the throne of the consciousness of America as the as the white male son father, the white male son father, the white patriarchal godhead of war, literally sitting on a throne in the White House, aka the White Castle, that is represented by the pillars in Freemasonry. One pillar is blue and one pillar is red. And here he is, the personification of the extreme pole that is represented as high noon in the desert or utmost yang. It was only inevitable for him to be a baron. It was inevitable for him to be a tyrant, right? He is transitioning from the sun is transitioning from the sign of Gemini into what should be a harmonizing energy. But he is in his exuberance because he, in the day that is the year, has finally achieved victory over the dark, with June 20th being the longest day of the year. This represents his victory over the dark. Okay? So even though he's transitioning from Gemini to Cancer, to a water sign, he's transitioning into a water sign astrologically. But in his flesh, he's transitioning his already hot-headed, orange-headed self. He is transitioning into the hottest season of the year, the summer, which makes people crazy because of the environmental heat as well as the internal heat, because everybody's deficient in some way. So most people don't drink enough water. Most people don't eat enough fruit and vegetables in the summertime. And so we naturally tend towards heat oppression because the outside environment and the inside environment is too hot. The first place it's going to have an impact is in your ability to make clear thoughts, because you tend towards rage. You tend towards mania. He is already been on one with the mania, but the heat of next week And so I'm just making this connection here, and all these astrologers talking about next week is going to be crazy. You might want to stay your ass inside under the air conditioning because it's going to be crazy outside, right? The reason why is because the water is overcome. Even though we're not going to be in Gemini no more, this Gemini person is transitioning into a water sign, but in the element that is known as the heart element or the summer element, which is going to, quote, embolden and intensify the what's the word I'm looking for? The trajectory that we're already in. This shit happening in the world. Today is a number 11 day. His personification as president number 47 in his term for the next 4 years is the number 11, which is the chief of all master numbers. So he is wielding his numerology and his astrology that is as a triple 11, because his astrological symbol is looks like a Roman numeral 2 or a 1-1, the twins. So he's got an 11 symbol astrological sign. His this day today, his birthday without the year on it reduces to the number 11 this actual day. And so it's the season, the sign, and what did I call him a triple 11 for? I lost my thought just that quick. Oh, and his presidency number in this term is the number 11. So it's a triple 11 energy that he's working with. 1111 is already the chief of all master numbers, the primary number of, quote, manifestation. And so even though he's manifesting out of madness, it's like quick energy, like Gemini energy, quick shit, quick happening, quick manifestation. He's using this power as a Gemini to create quick manifestations of his own madness. Quick manifestations of his own madness. Just because you got these great numbers, just because you got this great, numerological like thing, this like little, what you call it, this little synchronicity, doesn't mean that it's always going to be good or benefic. It depends on who you are seeing these synchronicities. It depends on who you are and what your intentions are that will determine whether this is a globally benefic experience that you're having with numerology and astrology, or if you are the worst polar expression of yourself in this incarnation, that your impact in the space with all of these numbers, quote, working in your favor to manifest whatever you got going on in your mind, whether your manifestation destroys everything and everyone. And so this numerology, based on who he is, and he wasn't even being subtle about it, but between the actual disappearing of human beings like the rapture, between the actual ghosting of human beings like the rapture, whose root word is rape, which means to carry away forcefully, to sweep away, right? So whether it's that manifestation of his madness or something worse in a week, today was a worse manifestation of what has already been a trajectory since January. Today, why? On his birthday, where he is exalted, his sign, where he is exalted on his birthday as a Gemini, right? Where he is exalted the day after, on a number 11 day of manifestation, and he is number 47, 11. He is powered up with numerology. He is powered up. He is not only powered up, he is emboldened in his madness. That's why I love that picture I used as a thumbnail. That's why I used that picture that I used in that thumbnail, is because Nero was the personification of that warning. Beware the madness of the king. He was a personification of it, all the way down to the orange hair. His hair was so red. Every picture that you see of Nero, his hair was so red, it literally looked orange. And what did he do when his kingdom started to burn to the ground? When Rome started to burn to the ground, and they say 80% of Rome burnt to the ground, what did he do? He went up to the top of his castle and took a harp and started singing and playing the song with all the flames in the background. You're like, look at this shit down here. Oh. Oh. Yo, literally like Nero sitting on his palace, smiling big. He's like, look at what I've created. Doody doody doo, doo doody doody doo. While 80% of Rome burned to the ground. I just saw a little mini doc today about Nero, and I'd never heard like what was the origin of the fires, like how did the fires start, right? Today I watched like literally a 3 minute video on Nero. I think I put it in the comment section. That this was the first time in all that, because I did another thing about 2 months ago called Rome is Burning. You remember? And I used a picture similar to that one, but I was talking about something else. But I saw that today. Remember the madness of the king, and how just a few days ago I told you, but we was talking about the history of the history in mythology of males being disguised as or living as female, and how it was replete through the mythology and through history. And I was talking about Nero turning the boy child, kidnapping the boy child, turning the boy child into his bride, how it was an exact replica of Zeus's story, right? And so I just talked to y'all about that. I did the thing, Rome is burning. No, I said the title was LA is burning, Rome is burning, blah, 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 right? But today, when I scrolled through, because I said, okay, beware the madness of the king, and I was looking for thumbnail images, and Nero came up. I was like, you know what? That's appropriate, because Trump is out here buck wilding. You feel me? There's fires everywhere, so the fire in the background that tracks. You feel me? And so I go ahead and see this little video. It's like a 3-minute video I got playing in the background while I'm looking for the stuff. And they say most people don't talk about what caused the fires. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD. Everybody just talks about the fires and about the story about Nero going up to the top of his kingdom, of this castle, to watch his kingdom burn to the ground. Nobody ever talks about what started the fires. I was like, ooh, right? I just assumed it was an accident. Child, guess what started the fires? Rome, at that time, its preferred method of punishment for minuscule things. Like at this point, Nero and Constantine, for this matter, your founder of the Christian church as you know it, their preferred method of administering punishment, even for something as small as a man and a woman having sex without their parents' consent. Constantine and Nero, who castrated a teenager, kidnapped him from his family to make him his wife. One of the greatest offenses to him was for a man and a woman to have sex without their parents' consent, and this was punishable by death. And so, according to this little 3-minute docu of how crazy he was, they were saying that it was so much his preferred method of punishment that for a period of time, they were burning so many people that the smell of burning flesh permeated the air all the time. And it was an execution by fire, child. It was an execution by fire that set Rome ablaze. It was an execution by fire. So here we thinking that the Inquisition started in the 1100s with them putting witches on pyres and burning them on crosses. No, it was Nero in 64 AD. He had already been setting people ablaze. And so this was a cultural tradition by the time the 1100s came around with the beginning of the Inquisition. That's a lot of years. That's what, 1,050 years that they had been burning people as their preferred method, of punishment for something as seemingly simple as two adults having sex without being married and without their parents' permission. And Rome was still pagan at the time, so it ain't even like Christianity had become the state religion yet. This is what made him happy in his madness. This is what made him happy in his madness. And in his madness, because he was the king, ain't nobody could do anything in opposition to the mandate of the king. He could castrate young boys and marry them as girls. He could do whatever he wanted. And there was no justice to be had from anybody below him. Beware the madness of the king that you are watching in real time. As a matter of fact, guess what? The day of the great fire of Rome, when it began, that's why I was having a whole nother moment about the movie Independence Day, because here it is. Yeah, we're transitioning into the season Cancer and this and this and this and this, but guess what else? In this first year since Pluto made its complete transition into the sign of Aquarius, this is the first year, because we just had the celebration on November 19th, right after he got elected, same month. Here, guess what else? In this first year, after the official, concretization of America's first Pluto return, 2 years after it began. Guess what else? There's a reason that I went off on that Independence Day. Because we're 20 days away from the 4th of July. We're 20 days away from the 4th of July. This dude, on his birthday that he called King's Day or whatever the fuck, his birthday, he done pulled out the military tanks after waging outright war on major cities around the country and liberating 1,600 convicted felons. And this is birthday today. This is birthday. The number 11 day for number 11 president. Not just 11. His presidency, which is the only one of its kind in the history of the country, for him to sit in the White House twice, but not back to back. And his presidencies equal up to 9/11. You think that's an accident? That in the age of Oya, which he got elected in, he got elected in this age that I was telling you about. It started with Obama's election when she entered Capricorn in 2008, but her reign in Capricorn as the, quote, revealer of those things hidden in Capricorn, the unearthing of those things hidden in Capricorn, the Me Too movement, where people being brutalized by directors and high-end execs in Hollywood for all these years, 30, 40 years, everything laid bare. Everything laid bare. R. Kelly laid bare. What's his name? Bill Cosby. Like everything, the sheets being taken off, everything. That was the peak of Oya's transition through Capricorn, which she was promising to destabilize everything, to reveal everything, to destabilize everything. And then he becomes the president of the United States in 2016. Literally the peak of her transition through that sign, Capricorn. And so here, while Pluto is destroying and revealing in Capricorn those long-standing institutions of the last age, those things that represented in the Piscean age, the things we want you to see, Christianity, all that shit, and that shit that we have hidden below. That's the dark part of the Pisces. That's the underworld. That's the underwater that you can't see. And so she's like, shake that shit up and bring that shit to the surface. That's what she did as she ran through Capricorn in preparation for her supreme exaltation with her partner, Shango, in this age, concluding America's first Pluto return, because that wobble takes 2 years every time. Any nation's Pluto returns, the transitional phase is about 2 years because of how slow she moves. And she like, I'm up the fuck in here now. That Capricorn, I moved through Capricorn That was just me setting up the stage. That was just me laying the groundwork for what is to come. Once me and my homie get it cracking, me and Shango, me in Aquarius. You understand? Why is that important when we're talking about President Trump in the height of this movement, Pluto moving through Capricorn, and he is posted up on the scene at the peak position of Pluto and Capricorn, and Pluto, aka Oya, is the number 9. That's the ninth planet. She represents the number 9. What is the number 9? The space in between all things. She is what? The alpha and the omega. Pluto represents the conclusion of and the beginning of, because numerologically, what's after 9? 1. Numerologically, what's after 9? 1. She brings not only all of the lessons learned from the previous 8 numbers to be her best self, to be the best of all the numbers that came before her, but she sets the stage for the recycling into a new beginning. That's why she represents the light of illumination at the moment that the mother opens up herself to receive the sperm. And there's an actual light that you can see under a microscope when the sperm finally breaks the surface of the egg. That's her, the light of illumination. That's all y'all. The light of illumination represented that moment that your skull first detects light when you break your mother's surface. That's her. Oh yeah, she is the governess of the chest, of the lungs. She not only governs the winds that you breathe into your lungs, but she actually governs too every space in between your exhale and your inhale. That's her. She is also present at the very moment that you take your last breath, so that she can make sure that she adequately helps you to transition from the terrestrial realm to the ancestral realm. That is her. She is the only one of 401 Orisha that has a foot both in the terrestrial realm and the ancestral realm. She who is the owner of mask, whether she needs to wear the mask to get closer to the enemy to reveal him, or whether she removes his mask so everybody can see his true nature. The happy mask and the sad face mask, represented by who? Eshu, Legba, Jesus, the devil, light and dark, male twin, female twin, which is what they were before, patriarchy. Male twin, female twin, and she all up in here. You feel me? And so, what was I going to say? Damn. So this her time. This her time. And Trump, as the president, because he wasn't the only president in the sign of Capricorn. Obama, Pluto's move through Capricorn. Obama was the president. Trump was the president. Biden was the president. In her movement through the sign of Capricorn. But it is only Trump that in his presidency, at the peak, the halfway point of her move through Capricorn, that his presidency, as controversial as it was, is represented by the number 9. And then they skipped the presidency, which has never happened in this country, to make sure that he became president number 47, which is number 11. And his two presidencies together represent 9/11. So is this a stretch? Can we say, okay, well, what was happening during 9/11, and is there a possibility of a quote, what they call it, an echo of events of that magnitude? An echo. Oh, 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 oh. and is, and so, people might be like, okay, that's a stretch. Even for me, and I like astrology, that's a stretch. But is it? We entered into the century. We entered into the 21st century. And for some time now, okay, for some time now, these astrologers have been talking about the 21st century as the century of 2020 vision, the century of 2020 vision, because we entered this decade, excuse me, this decade, when we entered this decade in 2020, we entered this decade with a movement. We entered this decade with a movement, an astrological movement that had not been experienced on Earth since the year 1518. That was 2 weeks into the year, right? January 12th of 2020, Pluto in Saturn's home sign Capricorn for the first time in since 1518, right? And so and then 6 weeks later, what? We were in COVID. Now, if I just say Pluto and Saturn and Capricorn, don't really mean that much to you astrologically or in your brain or in your, in your iconography. But if I say Oya and Baba Luwaye and Baba Luwaye's home sign, which is Baba Luwaye, right? Then you're like, oh shit. If Oya is the mother and owner of mass, and she is the one responsible for governing the breath, and it is said that she will use the breath, she will use diseases of the breath to grow her army of Egun, to grow her army of ancestors. And then Baba Luwaye, aka Saturn, aka Capricorn, Baba Luwaye is married to the Mother Earth. And when her children are doing her dirty or mishandling her husband, Baba Luwaye, will come on the scene with what? Plague and pestilence to, quote, cull the herd until they stop doing harm to Mother Earth. That he will come with plague and pestilence to remove a significant amount of humans because they mistreating his wife, the Mother Earth. So here you have two archetypes: Baba Luwaye, the bringer of plague and pestilence; Oya, the owner of mass, she who governs the breath and will allow and use diseases of the breath to grow her army of Egun, to grow her army of ancestors. Two of the same things. So all these people who die, quote, become ancestors. We literally 6 weeks after this movement that had not happened since 1518, walking around the physical manifestation of Oya in this time, which is what? Walking around with masks for a whole year and a half, 2 years. We're literally 6 weeks later, 4 weeks later. The walking, living, real-time expression of Oya, the owner of masks. Needed for a plague, aka pestilence, that is specifically targeting the respiratory system for which Oya governs each breath. Y'all think this shit make believe. Y'all think this shit ain't science. You feel me? And so when I say that Trump, as a representation through his relationship to the number 9, not only to the number 9, what else? If you want me to get a little extra deep, not only to the number 9, numerologically, I'm telling you that his first presidency represented as the number 9 under Oya's reign through her run through Capricorn. His sun sign is a Gemini. What did I tell you was significant about that? That in Ifa tradition, or Ifa iconography, if you will, the Gemini is the Ibeji. What did I tell you was significant about Ibeji? That both Ibeji and who they are governed by astrologically. Gemini is governed by Mercury. Ibeji twins, and Mercury, twins, aka Eshu Elegba, twins. They're both their mothers, two sets of twins, four twins, two sets of twins. Their mother is Oshun. Their mother is Oshun, who too is ruled by Mercury. So even in Western astrology, what do they say about Gemini and about Virgo? That they are twin signs, the mother and the son. They are twin signs. Why in Western astrology do they call Virgo and Gemini twin signs? Because they are both ruled by Mercury, Virgo and Gemini, right? Isn't that amazing? So mother and son are twins. Is that not? Mother and son are twin aspects. Mother and son are twin aspects, as well as the two personifications. The two personifications of the one within the other. This would be the child twins. The child twins. You feel me? So mother and son as twin, Virgo and Gemini as twins. And then the Ibeji themselves, right, as one set of twins that she gives birth to. But the first twin that she gives birth to is a Shu, a Legba. The second set of twins she gives birth to by insemination. Listen, her first set of twins in one is a Legba a Shu, where she turns on herself to impregnate herself. A Shu being, quote, the dual energy represented in Hermes in Greek tradition as the hermaphrodite. He who dressed in women's clothing to betray his mother, to enter into these spaces only for women to get the secrets of motherhood, of love. Hermes, where we get the word hermaphrodite, because he successfully dressed himself as a female to invade female spaces. You feel me? So this story where Oshun turns on herself, self-impregnation, to make herself pregnant. And then the threat to the other Orisha, who are all male, was, y'all done pissed me off. So listen, I done made myself pregnant. You better pray that I have a boy. Because if I have a girl, I'm holding my grudge. I'm digging my heels in. I'm holding my grudge. And so Obatala it says, fearful of Oshun's wrath, goes into her womb and changes the girl in her womb into a male child. So her first, quote, twin, we call dual personifications of a Legba, because a Legba the child, a Legba the playful, a Legba the baby, who just needs to be satisfied in his desires, right? That if you don't satisfy his desires, he will become the punisher, the trickster. Do you understand? Twins in the one, not only outside of Oshun's womb, but inside Oshun's womb. Twins in the one, who was female, who became male, right? Then and that's when she turned in on herself and made herself pregnant. You feel me? The second story is she gets pregnant by Shango and delivers Ibeji. Now, when you look in Ifa tradition, typically Ibeji is one girl child and one boy child, polar personifications in the two. And I told y'all last week, I was like, damn, don't it sound like this Oshun story, this astrological story is the same as Leda in the Swan? Because she had four twins. She had four babies in her belly. She had two sets of twins in her belly when she was, subdued by Zeus. Right? And how the two most important twins, who were not blood related through the male, right, one was mortal because she was already pregnant with her husband's babies, and then one was immortal or a demigod. And them two boys who were not direct twins, right? Them two boys who just happened to be born at the same time, they weren't even considered fraternal twins, because she was pregnant by her husband with fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. And then she was pregnant through rape by a god with a boy and a girl. And we never hear anything else about the girl twins. But these two twins were not directly, related, but through her. You feel me? But they loved each other so much, Castor and Pollux, that when Pollux, the demigod, right, the semi-immortal, right, when he saw his brother, the mortal, take a fatal injury in battle to defend Troy, stop it, stop, cut it out. That when he saw that when his brother took the arrow, he immediately prayed to his father, please save his life, please save his life. I'll give my life for his. I'll give my life for his. And so Zeus divided his immortality so that Castor could live too with his brother, or whatever the fuck. And then this is how they become the Gemini twins. We don't never hear about the female twins no more though, right? Boy, you better cut it out. So thinking about this period that we're in, the reason I went off on that because it's important, right? The multi-layered twins. Virgo and Gemini being, quote, twin signs governed by the energy of Mercury in Western astrology, but in the mythology of Ifa, she gives birth to two sets of twins. Virgo the Virgin, Oshun, gives birth to two sets of twins. The twins in the one, that's this. That's this. Because this is one. This is one. This is one. This is not a part. This is one. The twins in the one, right? And then the twins with two bodies still a two-bodied representation of these polar extremes, of these pole potentialities represented by the cross or the positive at the top of the yin yang and the negative at the bottom of the yin yang. So your boy, who in office now, whose presidential numbers represent 9/11, as these representations are happening in this transition of Oshun from Capricorn to Aquarius. So not only did he have a presidency in the last decade, but he also has a presidency in the new decade. In the new decade, he's president in two different decades. First of his kind, right? So 9/11, 9, presidency number 9 in the age of Oya or Pluto in Capricorn, and then the number 11 in the transition of her move into Aquarius, where she is emboldened, and he is both number 9 and number 11. Why am I having a moment about that? Because not only is he a Gemini, his presidency, which is the two ones, right? They look like a Roman number 2, but it's 2 1s, which is a master number. And then, so his birthday is 11. The Gemini sign is 11. His presidency in the new sign, is not only that, he's the first president. He is the first president in this new age. Biden won his presidency in the last sign, in Capricorn. So yes, even though he was a president inside this thing, Trump's first complete presidency is the presidency. No, I'm wrong. It's the second presidency. Because the majority of, boy, we gonna fight. His presidency is number 11. 9/11. So you got 3 11s. His 11 he president number 74, right? 11. His sign, 11. His birthday, 11. You feel me? And the events of 9/11 are very Gemini heavy occurrences. So when I said, is there a possibility because of his presidency as the 9th president, as a numerological 9 presidency and a numerological 11 presidency in 2 different decades, is there a possibility that on that alone there might be echoes of what happened in our entry into this century? We baptized, as America, we baptized our entry into the 21st century in a war again, not only a war, we started the century in 2001. We started the century in 2001 with what? The falling or the bombing of the Twin Towers. We we baptized the century with a very overtly Gemini symbology, Gemini symbology heavy bombing of one of America's most prized personifications of the radical burgeoning of genius during the Industrial Revolution. The Twin Towers as a symbol of American wealth and economy. We baptized the century in a what? In a what? In a ritual. In a ritual. The Twin Towers, knowing now that the reason that the twins, at least in this last age of Pisces, the twins in this last age, mimicking the necessity for absolution and redemption that could only come as a consequence of two, of one that will become the scapegoat, and one that will spill innocent blood for the redemption of sins. And the Twin Towers, the bombing of the Twin Towers represents this same ritual on a grand scale. That up until that, before the Twin Towers, boy, you're doing too much. Before the Twin Towers, on record, the greatest number of civilians who died, American civilians who had died up until the Twin Towers, guess what the event was? Civilians. I'm not talking about soldiers. The greatest number of civilians to die in a single event. Guess what it was before the Twin Towers? It was the Jonestown murders. Jim Jones taking all them black people to Guyana. 999 people died in Guyana, mostly black, predominantly black. Like 999 people had died in Guyana, the most American civilian deaths on record. And then came the Twin Towers at our entry, the first official year, because 2000 isn't considered, the year start. It's 2001 that is the year start, right? You're going from 0 up to 1, right? And the first year in the century is a baptism in blood. Is a baptism in blood. It was 1100 and something. Somebody Google really quick how many people died in the Twin Tower attacks. But I know a little over 1,000. Somebody Google the number, the official number, and put it in the comment section. The official number of people who died in the Twin Towers on 9/11. And you don't think they have a worldview that's very long. You don't think they have a strategic plan that is very long and very symbolic, hidden in plain sight, in your face, hidden in plain sight. If you want me to get deeper, I just, without even looking, without even trying, I was looking at like movie clips. I like these little shorts that talk about the top 10 movies, the top 10 movies, the scariest horror movies ever, that type of shit, right? I love that shit. And child, how about Die Hard came through as one of the little movie shorts on this like 10 top movies with this theme, whatever the theme was. Die Hard came up, and the scene they just happened to play when I'm just happened to look without looking. The little short few second scene that they play is the scene where Bruce Willis, is in the car talking to the taxi driver, and he's looking forward out of the windshield and he sees the Twin Towers. I said, oh shit. Oh shit. That happened this week. Oh shit. die hard. You feel me? And come here, you whining ass boy. What's your problem? Come here. Come here, boy. Who you doing the most? What you want? Why you whining? And so um we enter this new century with a old school, in your face, hidden in plain sight. Thank you for that. So it was 2,976. So let's see, that's 8. So that's 15. So that's 6. So that's a numerological 6. It reduces to the number 6. Somebody check my math. It reduces to the number 6. And so here, you feel me? 9/11, Twin Towers, everybody devastated, not just because of the deaths, not because of just because of the bombings, not just because this is the first time supposedly there has been a foreign attack on American soil, a foreign attack on American soil. But oh boy, now you ain't gonna be wiggling around in my lap. You chill, you can go on about your life or harass your sister. Um, you're doing a lot. Um, but also the because I told you symbols matter in our collective conscious. Everybody was devastated. Imagine the audacity of so-called foreigners coming and destroying one of our most prized buildings, one of those buildings that represents American greatness. Imagine the audacity. It wasn't just the Twin Towers that was a representation of this twin energy that fell. It was 2 planes. It was 2 planes. Air, Gemini. It was 2 planes, 2 towers. And this is our entry. And 2 wars, 2 subsequent wars. Even though they knew Afghanistan, even though they knew Iraq didn't have anything to do with the Twin Towers, it caused just enough fear and just enough crisis and just enough chaos for Americans to be like, do what you got to do. Bomb whoever you need to bomb. Take whatever rights you need to take away from us. That persists to this day, by the way. Take whatever rights you need to take from us. Do what you got to do to make us feel safe again, to make us feel confident in American supremacy, in American, what you call them, American excellence or whatever. Just make us feel safe again. And we willingly, under a terror campaign, willingly jump both feet first into 2 wars back to back that we're still feeling the impact of today. And then we enter another decade. So our first decade of the century, baptized in blood and warfare. And we barely got a break before we were launched into domestic wars, the economic fallout. You understand? The Occupy Wall Street, the 99%, the exposure of the 1%, the great quote mass wealth transfer that before 2008 they said it would take black people 400 years to close the gap in wealth between the average black family and the average white family. About the end of the year 2008, they said that gap in black wealth, average black wealth and average white wealth would now take 4,000 years to close. That is a mathematical, deliberate, strategic orchestration. That the impact, the multi-level impact of the deliberate subprime mortgage scandal was the greatest wealth transfer in the history of the country since the end of slavery. And of course, black people first, but black and Latino people were the primary targets of this wealth transfer. And to add insult to injury, the woman who orchestrated the subprime mortgage, the whole subprime mortgage scheme, which started in the year 2000 under George Bush's first term in office, the woman, Penny Pritzker, who developed the model of what they called fixed loans and what's the other one? Adjustable loans, adjustable lending. The one who designed it, Penny Pritzker, even after creating this chaos for a decade, because she was in Trump's administration, right? After the subprime mortgage bubble burst and Obama became the president, she became his chief economist. She remained under both his terms. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. You feel me? So, Trump, the chaos that ensued after 9/11, the chaos that ensued after 9/11, that we barely got over, that we just barely took a breath from, and then Trump announces his intention in 2016 to run for president of the United States of America. And so here we are again. No breaks. We thought we were about to get a break. No breaks. And even though we associate 9/11 with George Bush, was George Bush and George Bush Sr. twins of their own right? Father and son? Parted just for the sake of illusion? Just to give the illusion that there was no nepotism in play for one, parted only by a one term of President Bill Clinton, who also represents twin energies. He, Bill Clinton, and his equally malignant wife, Hillary Clinton. And he, as president, Democratic president from Arkansas, who was so charming with his little Southern accent and his little black adjacent swaggadosia, wearing shades to interviews and playing the tenor saxophone. You feel me? He was just black enough to have Toni Morrison. Was it Toni Morrison or Alice Walker? One of them called him our. She was the one. It was a black woman who called him our first black president, Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. So the twin energy of Bush Sr. and Bush Jr. divided for the sole purpose of saving a little face. You feel me? Saving a little face, because we don't want four Bush candidacies back to back. That shit will seem a little suspect. So let's give us this little charming, relatively young for a president. Bill Clinton was relatively young, relatively good looking, as white boys go, with his wife Hillary Clinton. You feel me? They representing a certain other type of polar twin energy in a relationship. You feel me? He was just Negro adjacent enough to win us, to even have us talking about and mask, because it's a black woman that said he our first black president. That nigga can play the saxophone and he's smooth. He be wearing shades to the Arsenio Hall show. You feel me? And then hearing black people say, damn, he is like a nigga. He out there having sex with this young broad who on his staff. That ain't the only twin energy. Daddy Bush, baby Bush. Clinton and his polar opposite, and his wife and his little dark half and his little bright half, right? The second term in Bush Jr. in his campaign, he had some twin energy going on in his own campaign, in his own cabinet. Who was that? Who represented the twin energy? Prominent in both Bush's administration. Anybody want to venture a guess? As we talk about the personification, the peak personification of patriarchy in the age of the son gone rogue, in the age of the Father, the Son, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, white male, white male, white male, blah, 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 which is not wrong. But he was so strategic. Bush Jr. that y'all just produced is stupid. Just produced is simple. Just produced is ignorant. Oh, he's so clueless. Not strategic, not shrewd, not playing y'all like a fiddle. Yes, Howard Kismet, who was his polar opposite in the presentation of as a twin, Condoleezza Rice, skinny, little, relatively young black girl from Birmingham, Alabama, who was diabolical in very nature. She herself represents the two in one. She herself represents an additional twin energy. She is the outward expression of Bush's twin as black and female, but even within herself, she represents the poles of the twin energies within herself. The Eshu, she is. The Eshu Eligba, she was. Why? Because here she is, black, female, from Alabama, the place most known for historical racial aggression. And she is the bedmate, the bed partner of a Republican, an ultra Republican, a Texan Republican president in the midst of waging war on the non-white world. She is the white male war guy. She represents Mars energy, encapsulated in black skin with a black ass vagina and a black ass uterus. She represents the mother turn state. God damn. She represents the mother turn state. The mother done turn state. The mother done turn state. And that is something that has worked because ever since Condoleezza Rice took this very big role in the Bush administration, Trump picked up the gauntlet, baby, in his first administration, in his number 9 administration. He was like, I need to get all these colored bitches up in here. Who was the Mexican girl? Rabbit as a dog, but at least she was colored. What was that girl name? She was always doing the press conferences at the White House. She looked like a pit bull. Who was that? What was that Mexican girl name? Her, the black woman who he made the president of Omarosa, that little malignant motherfucker. Omarosa. But also he didn't just have a black girl. He had a black girl become the chair of the Food Drug Administration. Was it the FDA? No, it wasn't the FDA. It was the EPA. He had a black girl, like a black black girl with braids all the way down her back, like black, like somebody cousin or auntie, young, black, cute, well dressed like we be, makes her the head of the EPA. Then we come to find out that her ass had been the CFO of Monsanto for 10 years. The most environmentally genocidal organization on earth. And she had been the CFO for a decade. This black skin, braid wearing, swagadocious having, we like to see ourselves represented in positions of power. And then we find out this bitch a monster. An actual monster being given power over the EPA. Not only that, who else? This is when your old girl made her introduction to the world as a diehard Republican. What's that girl name? What's that girl name? She always on everything. Right now. What's that girl name? The black girl. Y'all know who I'm talking about. What's the black girl name? She obnoxious as hell. She had Candace Owens. This is when she stepped on the scene, was in Trump's first administration. This is when she made herself known, was during Trump's first, not only her, Remember them black women? They was, ooh, they was the jesters. They was the jesters in Trump's court, y'all. Y'all remember the two black women that had they had a YouTube channel. They were two black, heavy set, like black, like hood black. You know what I'm saying? One of them used to wear little press weaves, different color press weaves, obnoxious. Two black, big, dark skinned sisters who had a YouTube channel that was mega viral. And anytime any Republican needed some coon dancing Negroes, these two black women were the go-to at that time during his first administration. Peach and Fuzz. See, y'all be just jolly on the spot. Peach and Fuzz. He was surrounded by women of color in his first administration. Oh, yes. Yes, he was. Here, they was twins, Peach and Fuzz, not literal twins, but twin energy. He a Gemini. He rock with that. He got the, what's her name, Omarosa energy on one side. She the what they call it, the hound dog. She go out there and she say the tough things. You feel me? She just white adjacent enough that she could be called a twin to the other girl who was the black girl who was quiet, debonair, black like me, with her hair weaved down her back. You feel me? Y'all think this shit is make believe, man. Why is the twin energy so important? Remember, I got to do it. I can't not do it now. But I told you about a year ago, maybe 6 months ago, a year ago, I don't know. Time is subjective for me these days. But about a year ago, maybe 6 months ago, one of my favorite astrologers on YouTube, Astrology Report, had done this piece where he had been hearing more about this particular and very small school of astrology. And the position of this particular school of astrology was that we were not actually in the age of Aquarius, but that we're actually in the age of Aries. In the age of Gemini. And the reason, and then he started pointing out all the reasons that they state, or as evidence that we're actually in the age of Gemini, that we're not in the age of Aquarius. And here are the reasons that I believe we're in the age of Gemini. And he's like, even though this is not my position, it was fascinating enough that I thought I should present this information to you. At that time, right over my head. Like I said, it was about 6 months ago, maybe a year ago. I don't know. But at that time, I was like, that's interesting. Way over my head. Way over my head. And so when we did that center shit, I was like, damn. Eventually, I got to go back and watch this thing because this twin energy shit is popping off like crazy. And then a few months later, like we enter Gemini season and it's just boom, 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 everywhere. Not only in the current period, but even going back and looking at our beginning, our entry into this century, starting by the necessity of the two. One to be the scapegoat, one to be the sacrifice. One to be the scapegoat, one to be the sacrifice. Twin towers, right? Twin energy and all these presidential, these presidencies, right? There it is everywhere. So now I got to go back and watch this shit because I was like, damn, they might be onto something. In the way that they kind of like justified their position was just talking about how many times, and we talked about this a little when we were doing the preparation for this ritual against the Roman Empire, right? On May 20th of 2025 in recognition of the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. And so we were saying how many times and how deep and rigorous and strategic they were. Boy, cut it out. And strategic they were in changing time, changing the calendar, changing time, how a whole book, this dude wrote a whole book, what was it, 1,100 pages, and he was called Dionysus because it was a title, Dionysus so-and-so or so-and-so Dionysus. And this particular Dionysus of a cult of Dionysus, even though the cult of Dionysus had been squashed, these men were still giving themselves as, quote, devotees, even though they was Christians. I said, that's fascinating. It's fascinating. Why are these Christians, some 400 years after Jesus supposedly died, giving themselves the names Dionysus after they, quote, finished an initiation but they Christians. He writes this particular Dionysus, because the first Dionysus is who gave us the calendar the yearly calendar that we got right now today. That was the first Dionysus. The second Dionysus wrote a book because one of the things that they needed to do to quote reconcile or resolve in the second council was the question of Easter. When Easter gonna be? No, yeah, of when Easter gonna be? When we gonna celebrate Easter? I said, why? Why they gotta spend that much time setting Easter? Like, why? Why is that so significant? This second Dionysus, apparently, it was such a major deal for the council, wrote an 1,100-page treatise on what did it call? The reckoning of Easter or something like that. The reckoning of Easter, the straightening. What are we gonna say is Easter? 1,100 pages on the reckoning of Easter. How are we gonna determine when we celebrate Easter? You feel me? And so these astrologers, at least the basis of their school of thought, is the very real periods in time that you can recognize that Europeans drastically changed time, changed the calendar. And so based on that, they're like, okay, we have the procession of the equinoxes, we got the annual year, we got the moving through the 12 houses. You feel me? We spent a whole long time talking about what would today be? What would the generation be? What would the century be? What would the date be if we still lived with and were guided by a lunar centered calendar, which gives us 13 months. Every day of the month would be the same as the previous day. So every Monday would be this day. Every Monday would be this, the first, this, right? Every day would be the same number, no guessing, right? All the seasons would have an equal, so it's 28 days, and it was an equal, I forget how many weeks. My bad. But what would the time be? What would the date be? How old would we be if we still lived with a lunar centered calendar, which at one point everybody on Earth lived by? Then there was a transition where we talked about how the Mayan people went from a lunar calendar to a Venus centered calendar. A Venus centered calendar, right? Which is still mind blowing to me, but awesome. Okay, so based that these manipulations of time from emperor to emperor, because they were happening pretty regularly. The Julian calendar, there was another calendar before it, then the Julian calendar to the the Gregorian calendar, right? And so, and then like even the impact of how our calendar has been manipulated and the treatise on the reckoning of Easter, and if Easter is based on its proximity to the spring equinox. So how we understand Easter now is that after the spring equinox, the first Sunday that occurs after the spring equinox, the first Sunday that occurs how we determine Easter right now is the first Sunday. No, after the full moon that happens directly after the spring equinox, the Sunday after that first full moon after the spring equinox. That's how we determine when Easter is going to be. That it'll be the first Sunday after that full moon, after that first full moon. Complicated, right? the Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. That's how we determine Easter right now. How you write 1,100 pages about that? You had to write 1,100 pages about that because the spring equinox is what determines what period in time we are in from age to age, how we know we are transitioning from one age to the next age. I was going to talk about this, how we transition from one age to how we know we have transitioned from one age to the next age is because of a very specific, let me see if I have it close, a very specific spring equinox happening in a specific constellation. This is how we'll know we're going from the age of Aries to the age of Pisces or whatever, whatever. The ages are determined by the backwards movement of our Earth as determined by our spring equinox in the northern hemisphere as we move through the Milky Way galaxy. Okay? So our annual year or our annual move through the houses, right, is counterclockwise. Okay? We move counterclockwise through the houses, starting with Aries. In the precession of the equinoxes, our planet with our solar system, our planet in our place with in our solar system is moving clockwise through the great houses, right? The great houses, or the precession of the equinoxes, the great traverse through the Milky Way galaxy, right? And so that's why is we can say that we're transitioning from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius, right? Because we're going clockwise, we're going in the opposite direction of our counterclockwise traverse through the annual year, right? Not the great year. That's considered the great year. And so if you're not, because see, the reason I said that is because they weren't just changing time as it exists for us on Earth in the establishment of how do we establish when Easter gonna be? How we going why is it so important that I gotta write 1,100 pages on that shit? Because how we understand Easter is in direct proximity to the spring equinox, but these Jews over here who we are constantly at war with, you feel me, who posted up in our shit right now in Rome, who posted up in our shit right now, and they really waging a contest in the empire. We do not need our Easter to directly coincide with their Passover. This is why they had to manipulate time that was, for in their minds, so important that they had to spend all this time to determine when Easter was going to be. It's based on the spring equinox, but it's not just based on the spring equinox. Our spring equinox is what determines when we transition from one age to the next. They have to be so in the manipulating of time on Earth, they manipulated time in the universe, in our, at least in our galaxy, in the Milky Way galaxy. They didn't just manipulate time on Earth. Their understanding of time, moving through the houses, doing away with the lunar centered calendar, removing a whole month out the annual calendar, therefore removing a whole house out of the great year, removing a whole house out the great year, removing a whole house out of the great year. And that impact is not on the galaxy. The galaxy gonna do what it's gonna do. Our understanding of our relationship to our place in time within this galaxy, within this universe, within our solar system has been transformed by 318 dudes locked behind closed doors from May 20th of 325 AD to August 25th to 2025 AD. I mean, August 25th, 325 AD. And so the reason, that little background, is why we started this this little conspiracy on May 20th at the 1700th birthday, or founding of, roots of, seed of what became the first state religion, at least in modern history. The state forced, state imposed, one world at the time religion, because Rome was the world. Rome had literally dominated, conquered every the fuck body around him at that point. Rome was seen as the center of the world. This one world religion, fostered and protected and enforced by the state. taking little pieces of everybody else's cultures to pacify everybody. Get on board with this new religion, because see, you can see yourself here represented in it. You can see yourself represented in it. You can see yourself represented. We'll just take a little bit of everybody's shit and make a little mosh posh, and now we have a one world religion for whom Constantine the First, am God incarnate. I'm the head of it. I'm the chief Christian. I'm God's representative on earth because I now rule the Roman Empire. And so I can create religion as I see fit. But I'll be honest, that I ain't gonna get that deep, because now I need to stop talking. I'm tired and I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm tired and I'm hungry. And when I tell you, that's the only thing that I've gotten to today that I wanted to get to with you. But it was profound for me. This thing about independent, the last thing I'll say is Trump 9/11, Trump as 9/11, Trump as the personification of the divine twins, representing their extremely volatile in their movement, which is going to come out. Is it going to be the good self or the bad self, the dark self or the light self? Is it going to be mania, or is it going to be harmonious balance? You feel me? Is it going to be destructive sun gone rogue shit, or is it going to be forward into a new and magnanimous age? He represents all of those potentialities in literally every personification he is presenting with, even up until the day of his birthday, with this fucking military show of force backed by $100 million budget. And then, because he is putting himself forward as the Mad King, millions and millions and millions and millions and not just here, all over the planet, millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people in fear and rage in the streets, just giving him energy, not knowing that fear and rage is what he feeds off of. It is what emboldens him. It's what grows his ego to gargantuan proportions. Because this going out into the streets in mass in a state of fear and rage with no direction, with no overall goal. Yes, there might be some little things here and there that you accomplish, like maybe get a little person over here back or a little person over there. But I guarantee you, the millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people on the street everywhere on the globe do not have a univoice, don't have a univoice, don't have a unimind. They don't. They are not thinking in one accord. This is the goal. Everything we do until our goals are met is feeding the gold. It's feeding the goal. Because they don't have a unimind, because they don't have a univoice, because they have not even established a unigoal, a singular goal, every bit of energy in reaction to, in response to this thing that he has put forward as a strategic weapon, as a strategic that's doing exactly what it is. This 79-year-old white male personification of the king gone mad, or the sun gone rogue, sitting in a white palace surrounded in the face by pillars representing the two extremes, the blue and the red, right? Flexing because he, as king, recognizes, just like Nero when he was watching his empire burn to the ground, in glee, singing and streaming on the harp. Rome is burning. I did that shit. You feel me? Rome is burning. I did that shit. And so, because he, the Godhead of war, he, his representative, the current presentation and representative of the God of war, the war god, the war godhead, the Godhead of war, white male. Not only that, the number 9 of his run, of his bid, in the height of Pluto or Yah in Capricorn. What do they call the new extraordinarily wealthy class. They don't call them the oligarchy anymore. What do they call them? The plutocracy. The 0.001%. The corporate. I mean the plutocracy. Pluto and Capricorn. The plutocracy. He represents, even if he is not a plutarch himself, he's just a billionaire. He's on the lower level of billionaire classes, right? He is still a billionaire. He's like a minion billionaire. But his position as a representative of the two extremes, him as a Gemini, the two extremes is Plutarchs, for which he serves, and his place in between the Plutarchs and the all others who are fighting for their shit back. That would be his Mercury. That would be his Mercury. Because Gemini is governed by Mercury. Mercury is the crossroads, the point between the humans and the invisible gods up on Mount High. He, as Gemini, also represents the crossroads, the communicator, the psychopomp, right? For which none can go through but through him, the poor, the masses, the workers, whatever, and the hidden all father, the hidden plutocracy, That's why I keep telling y'all, it ain't just about him. This numerology about him was deep, but it ain't just about him. He is always representing someone, and it's not himself. He is always representing someone who is much, much, much greater than he. He's always representing someone much greater than he. And there's more that I could say, obviously, but I'm not going to. Now I'm like parched, hungry as a hostage, hungry. And I don't want to cook, but I have to. And it's down. So today is Saturday, right? Today's Saturday. Is today Saturday? Today's Saturday, right? Yeah. Today's Saturday. Okay. Yeah. So y'all got any last let me just read some of these comments because I've been going in. And see, that's what I'm saying. Let me just backtrack. I want to give y'all this. Because a few weeks ago, I told y'all my homegirl was like, you should put out that we should all abstain from sex while we doing this conspiracy until August 25th. I was like, I get why that would be a position that you have. And if you want to share that with the group when we do the temple service, that's right on. It's not something I'm going to put forward as a request on behalf of the temple. And she was trying to explain to me deeper. I said, baby, I've been doing this a long time. I understand the energy. I understand the reason that you are convicted to this. She said it came down on her in a ceremony. She had done sweat lodge. I said, and for you, that's awesome. You might get everything that you need from doing that. I said, I might be doing it against my will, but I'm not going to make this like some policy or some disciplined act that I'm going to call on us to do, because it's not in alignment with what I'm teaching overall. Individuals can do that. I don't have no problem against it at all, but I'm not going to be talking to people about abstaining. And I was saying that the reason why, and we had a later discussion, and I had a discussion with another sister another day about abstinence, about fasting, about other acts of like deprivation under the guise of, under the auspice of, under the umbrella of, the only way you can have a truly next level, powerful spiritual experience is to do without. It's to deprive. It's to go without. Right? Remember me saying that? And no. So this is what I'm saying. That's the auspice for why people do that. Even now, even once they leave the church or whatever, it's like no matter how many breakthroughs they have, they still hold dear to this idea that the only way you can have a breakthrough, the only way you can power up, the only way you can receive a truly divine download is to deprive the flesh, is to exact, quote, strict discipline on the flesh. Same thing with psychedelics or plant medicine. I was having this conversation the other day and it reminded me of the same thing, that I have and do plant medicine, but now I am finding that I don't need it to experience what I have experienced eating mushrooms, eating acid, eating or drinking ayahuasca. I am finding this intensification in my clarity that allows me to have these insane moments that I only in the past have experienced under the influence of, quote, strict discipline, intense ceremony like the sweat lodge, which is brutal, brutal, okay? Intense ceremony, strict acts of deprivation under so-called spiritual discipline, or through the use of plant medicine, which, even though the downloads and the epiphanies and the breakthroughs are awesome, if anybody is honest, that shit, it feels terrible in your body. You feel, even with mushrooms, you feel terrible in your body. So you, quote, go through the suffering of plant medicine to have the breakthrough, to get the download, to receive the epiphany. And so, even though she was really hard trying to fight for her position, she was really hard trying to win me to make it a promotion on behalf of the temple, I said, I have to tell you, I am not opposed to an individual finding it necessary to do these things. I have done all of these things. What I am saying is that the not so evident, the very hidden and subtle implication is that you cannot experience an extraordinary breakthrough spiritually, an extraordinary moment of divine intervention and epiphany, that it is impossible for your lowly self in your lowly fleshly condition to have epiphematic breakthrough. It is impossible without strict discipline and asceticism, harsh conditions in the lodge, or plant medicine that makes you feel shitty in your body so you can have this breakthrough. You got to vomit your guts out. Quote, you got to purge out the bad stuff before your brain can be opened up to experience epiphany. I have experienced epiphany in all of these ways, but the thing that unites them all is this inherent, deeply ingrained philosophy that we all believe, we have all accepted, because there's been nothing openly that challenged it. Nothing. No narrative, nowhere, in any space, from Christian right to Buddhism to whatever your bag is, Hinduism and hours of meditation. Nothing has presented at all, at least as I've found, an opposition, an opposing way to experience the depth and the profound, explosive nature of epiphany that didn't require the inherent, quote, punishment of the flesh. I have received epiphany in all of those ways. But there has never been a narrative that helps you to see how you can experience epiphany without pain and suffering. How to experience the same level of fucking breakthrough without self-denial and self-deprivation. And so that's why, and even what happened today, which was so profound, so deep, I was still holding back. I was holding back. There aren't too many scenarios I can think of over the last 15 years where I have been able to be completely unbridled and uninhibited in ceremony, maybe 3 times. That was as a devotee of Ifa. But the lodge, no. The lodge has been amazing. The lodge has been my first time in the sweat lodge, blew my whole shit open. But this, the lodge, in some cultures would be called an act of asceticism. It is deep and profound discomfort. That's what it's the being able, like the warrior, to persevere through the most extreme kind of suffering. The interesting thing about the part, or the about the Anipi, the sweat lodge, the interesting thing is that the philosophy of the sweat lodge is that the sweat lodge is supposed to be a representation of going into the womb, going through the 4 stages, quote, of the going through the 4 stages of gestation to reemerge new from the womb. It's interesting that this is supposed to be the metaphor that guides the Anipi, right? Is to go into Anipi like you're going into the earth, or like you're going back into your mother's womb. It's literally shaped like a womb with a little like birthing, like a little, birthing canal. You feel me? With the fire of the inner mother, the fire of the earth inside the lodge to create the medicine, which is the smoke, the ceremonial smoke of the burning of the herbs, and the ceremonial steam from the water poured on the grandfather stones. They call it the grandfather stones. Isn't that fascinating? But it's supposed to be mother's womb. This is the lodge. But the lodge's method is what? You're not living like you're living in the mother's womb, because in the mother's womb, you're just chilling. I saw my little baby when she was in my womb, and I went to go see what she was, and we couldn't tell because the umbilical cord was tucked in between her legs, and she was laid back with her legs open like Indian style, but laid back. And she had her thumb in her mouth and her other arm behind her head, and we couldn't see because she was chilling. She was chilling. She was like, damn, I ain't got to do nothing. I can just be up in here existing. I ain't even got to chew my own food. I can just be up in here existing. That's awesome. That's not the sweat lodge. The sweat lodge, warmed by the grandfather stones, though you're supposed to be in a womb, is brutal. It's brutal. The first time in the lodge, I was like, I'm about to die in this beach. And I ain't getting out. So I guess they just gonna have to carry me the fuck up out of here because I'm gonna die in here. It's brutal. It's brutal. You understand? My first time in the lodge was magical. Like, it was magical. But as magical as it was as brutal as it was. It's brutal. And so going through all of these ceremonies, the bear dance, the sweat lodge, and Nipi, sleeping out in the desert, and doing ayahuasca under a damn meteor shower and all the things. And they're all exceptional. Every ceremony that I've had has been exceptional. The only thing that I had always wished was like, damn, why you gotta suffer to have epiphany? Like, why you gotta feel like shit? Like, taking acid. And I told y'all that I did that acid, and the mother came to me and she was like, she said a lot. But at the end of it, she was like, you want to set this shit off? You need to rescue these witches at these churches, right? Honey, she told me that after 16 hours. I'm not exaggerating. 16 hours tripping the fuck out on 2 hits of acid. Like, baby, all the way in. I was so deep in there, I could understand freaking physics. I'm seeing geometric shapes and like seeing numbers with the shape. I was like, this shit is amazing. Oh my God. I was so deep, so deep, so deep. I didn't think I was coming back. And then the sun came up on this 16-hour journey through acid, 7 days before the birth of my first grandchild. And I was like, that was radical. But it took me days to recover. I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. Like, damn, why epiphany got to be painful? Why epiphany got to be painful? And now, all these years later, we reading about the Sibyls, at least the ancient Sibyls. They wasn't suffering it. They wasn't suffering to go into epiphany. They had some steam coming up out the fissure in the ground or in the cave and sitting over that steam, like they giving birth, like birthing style, with their legs open and steam going up into their cutratorial, you feel me? And the steam going up their cutratorial and coming up, and they inhaling the steam. And there's some element in the steam that archaeologists figured out was the thing that was making them go into ceremonial madness. Why? Because the archaeologists discovered writings of animals going mad that lived near the temples where the sibyls would do ceremony. That the same symptoms that the sibyls had when they was in divination, in they divinatorial they bag, that there are stories all over little tribes that were told at that time. Stories of goats or sheep, when they get close to the temple, they would act crazy for about a day or two because of the steam coming up out of these fissures. The fissures were always over fault lines, you guys. They were all the fissures that they found, these archaeologists come to find out the fissures were being fueled. The heat coming out of the fissure, the little crack in the ground, was because of the lava. The lava, they were on fault lines, and there was a specific rock or element that the heat from the magma and the steam being created with this particular rock, with this particular element in it, was what was causing them to go into divinatory madness. That's why all the temples were built either over springs, like sacred wells, or fault lines. Isn't that something? But they wasn't in there writhing, hurting, vomiting, puking. They weren't doing all that to descend into ceremony. They weren't doing all that. The what they call them, the maenads. They wasn't doing all that vomiting and suffering and puking and all of that shit to descend into ceremonial madness, into ecstatic madness is what they called it. The maenads, they didn't do that. What did they do? They was out in the woods fucking. They had forced orgies and flute players, you know what I'm saying? And harpists and orgies and mushrooms and wine. They had wine. They had sacred mushrooms decocted in the wine. So they wouldn't just eat straight up mushrooms and having all the belly aches and all of that shit to come with eating just straight up mushrooms decocted in the red wine, the blood and the body of Christ, the red wine and the sacred mushroom. You feel me? They wasn't doing all that. So bridging these things together and recognizing that there is a moment. Baby, when I tell you I was holding back, I can feel it when I hold back, because I have had to make an art of holding back, of like not revealing too much when I feel ceremony come on me. You know what I'm saying? You can say it however you want to. Some people call it like that feeling you have in your body just before you get mounted. That's the language used in like voodoo and like Ifa. Is like if an ancestor, if you get open, like if you become open, like say you in a bembe and you dancing and the drums are going in and you doing the dances and you singing the songs, and there's a moment in the dance, the moment of the freeing up of what's stuck, that an ancestor or a spirit can say, oh, she good and open. I'm gonna jump right up in there and say to the group what I got to say and then be up on out of there. And then there'll be people at the bembe who protect you, who will gather around you and make sure you don't hurt yourself, as people can see you are being mounted by spirit. You're making yourself open enough for spirit to mount you, to come into you, right? And I had always been, I don't know, like scared, like apprehensive about being mounted. But I could always feel when it was about to happen, and I could walk it back. And I have done that. I have not gone into full ceremony, like full unbridled, like, okay, I'm safe enough to go all the way to fuck in. I've not done that since I've been in California. I've been here 7 years. I've not done that. I've never been in a space where I felt comfortable enough, safe enough, protected enough to like open up. There have been places that I've gone where I could feel spirit trying to trying to make his way in. I'm like, I will literally say outside myself, this is not the time. This is not, no, this can't happen right now. And walk it back. But I've been, the first time I ever got bouncing, though I didn't know what it was, and it scared the fuck out of me. I was 9. I went to a Pentecostal church. We weren't Pentecostals. We went to a Pentecostal church with our babysitter, me and my sister. And me and my sister was in the back with our friends laughing like, this crazy. Because, Pentecostals be turned up. They be all the way turned up, speaking in tongues, running around the church. Drums going for an hour. Everybody falling out on the floor and speaking in tongues. And so the preacher, and that ain't the kind of church we went to. So when we went with our babysitter, we were like, this shit crazy. We in the back. We like, right? My sister was 7. I was 9. And we sitting in the back corner thinking we ain't being seen or whatever, because the preacher is up front, doing the anointing of oil, where they pour the olive oil, the blessed olive oil in their hand, and then put it in your forehead and push you back. You feel me? Or hold you there, and you got ushers on both sides in case you fall out or whatever, kiss the Holy Spirit or whatever. And so we was like, this shit crazy. We ain't never seen nothing like this in our church, right? And we all back there cutting up. And for whatever reason, there was 6 of us back there. For whatever reason, that preacher pointed to me. Of all of us, he pointed to me. And had these 2, I'm 9, had these 2 big ass grown men, these ushers, but by both arms, pulled me up out of the chair and walked me, holding my arms, up to the altar where he was. And I was mad as hell. As a kid, I remember being so mad. I was embarrassed. I was humiliated. I had an attitude. I was mad as fuck. And so he gonna take his big old giant hand on my little baby 9-year-old head self, and put his hand on my forehead and start doing this. Now see everything I'm saying. And I'm mad. Like I can feel myself raging. He said, say, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. I said, thank you, Lord. I was just like, can this be over already? Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Say it again. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. This shit is in my mind like it happened yesterday. You hear me? Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. He said, I ain't letting you sit down until you catch the Spirit. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. This went on for some time. Okay. Then I'm hazy. Like my eyes are blurry and I'm on the ground. And the ushers are picking me up off the ground. I don't know what's happening. My eyes are open, but they're hazy, and I'm picking myself, and the ushers are picking me up off the ground, walking me back to my seat. When I get back to my seat, my sister is streaming tears. She was like, what happened? What happened? Was you faking? Now, mind you, my sister was 7. So she was terrified. Was you faking? Was you faking? You okay? You okay? Was you faking? What happened? I was like, I don't know what happened. She was like, you were on the ground and you were shaking really, really hard. And I thought something was wrong with you. That was the first time I ever got mounted. I didn't remember it. I just remember being mad and then getting up off the ground with my eyes hazy. That was the first time I ever got mounted. And so when I became a devotee of E5, and I started having that feeling again, where we would go to Bembe, and Bembes are amazing. Like I've been to 2 Bembe since I moved to California, but they haven't been in California. They've been when I've gone home to visit either Tampa or Atlanta. Bembes are wonderful, extraordinary, amazing ceremonies. It is Bembe that taught me what I'm teaching you now, that I don't need alcohol. I don't need ceremonial herbs and plant medicines. I do not need a sweat lodge. I do not need motherfucking fasting, starvation, and abstinence to be completely overcome with ceremonial epiphany. The dance always did what any of these external things did without any of these external things. The moment that I had the breakthrough that dance did for real, in real time for me, what all of these other things did for other people, whether it was abstinence or asceticism or the lodge or pain and suffering, whatever it is they bag was to get to where they needed to go. I did every last one of those things and experienced something amazing every time I did every last one of those things. But this is where my Chinese medicine understanding comes in. Because when I'm talking about the treatment through the harmony of opposites, treatment through the harmony of opposites. If you are female in general, and if you are Black and female in particular, you have lived a life of invisibility. You have lived a life of contraction. You have lived a life of hypervigilant, always being hyper aware of your surroundings so you can keep yourself safe, or try to, always being hypervigilant, keeping your mouth quiet and low so you don't offend your partner, who you are always walking on eggshells around, hypervigilant, hyper contracted, constantly folding in on ourselves, wearing clothes that make our flaws invisible because our flaws make other people uncomfortable. Why her arms jiggle like that? You know what I'm saying? Why her belly look like that? Why she ain't got no gym membership? Why she always frown her eyebrows like that when she talk, even when she happy? Everything gets picked apart as a girl child growing up in this world. So you become the perfect reflection of everybody else so that they are comfortable with you. You become, in adjusting yourself to everybody's comfort level that you are around, you become an expert at presenting a mirror image of those that you are around so that they are not made comfortable by your true you. And in a life lived as in a constant state of contraction, like your closed throat chakra, for example, in a constant state of contraction, right? Like abstinence, though your vagina and your uterus begs for stimulation, not only erotic stimulation, but explosive release, orgasmic release. But your head say the only power you can tap into, you feel me, is to abstain. You feel me? Your mouth and your spleen, your earth sign, just want to enjoy food, enjoy the consumption of food, enjoy the process of eating, just like you did when you were a baby nursing from God herself. That pleasure, that love, that something intangible that you are always seeking in food. And in order to, quote, have epiphany, you make a break with food for a while, because that's the only way you can experience epiphany. Not like epiphany wasn't handed to you at the moment that you crowned with this massive flood of oxytocin, not only within your mother's body, but it is the greatest explosion of oxytocin that the baby too will feel, until that baby, if it has the ability, gives birth itself. It's this dance between mother and baby, and we are denied access to it for a greater part of our experience on earth, because sex is faux pas, eating too much, or eating what you want, or eating too savory, or not, or eating meat, or not eating meat, or everything becomes the basis of critique. How you eat, what you eat, why you fat, how you look, everything becomes the basis for why you continue to contract and contract and contract and make yourself smaller and make yourself smaller and make yourself less seen and make yourself less seen, right? So if you, in your personification, are the example of one who has lived a very contracted life, then what is treatment? Treatment through the harmony of opposites for one who has lived in a constant state of contraction and hypervigilance. What is the therapy for a person who has lived a life constantly adjusting their that's why we code switch depending upon what space we may be in. Everything that you do is teaching you how your presence in the world makes others uncomfortable, so you must adjust. You must self-correct. You must self-discipline. Right? So somebody tell me, what is the treatment by the harmony of opposites in a person who has lived a life that is perpetually hypervigilant and contractive, reducing. Somebody. It's not a trick question. If your condition as a diagnosis is chronic contraction, then what would be your treatment by the harmony of opposites? If that's your diagnosis is is constant contraction. I'm looking. Yeah, the answer is right, Fire, but I am looking for a very specific word so that people get the point. She said, "Cut the fuck up, cut the fuck loose." The answer is yes, cut the fuck loose. But what is the very specific answer that I am looking for the diagnosis I just gave y'all? If your diagnosis is constant contraction, what is the treatment? What is the harmonizing opposite treatment? Thank you, Melissa. Expansion. To be more specific, if you are diagnosed, that I might need to make that a new diagnosis, like an actual diagnosis, because that's not an actual diagnosis from the perspective of how the medicine was taught to me. But if I diagnose you with constant contraction, then my treatment through the harmonizing of opposites would be radical expansion. Not just expansion, radical expansion. Mm-hmm. This is what explains why dancing does for me, without assistance, without substance, without alcohol. Dancing does for me what other people go to, like solitude, or what you call it, meditation, or plant medicine. These external things from the outside, meaning outside understanding into the self, whatever, fasting, abstinence, asceticism, whatever the thing is. Dancing does for me what stillness, solitude, what's the other thing? Those things. Um, um, Abstinence, asceticism, right? And it struck me, the reason that I always hated praying, the reason that I always hated meditating in school for alternative medicine. I must be a weirdo. Something must be wrong. Who hates meditation? Like, who hates meditation? What's wrong with me, right? And then the first Bembe I ever went to, and I actually took myself, outside of my head, like, I don't know the dances or nothing like that. People gonna be looking at me funny. When I got out my own way and got up in the dance and experienced what we have been trying to reproduce in these same churches, the Pentecostal, the holiness, the ones that we be turning up in, like, and all of that shit, trying to fake what we experience in the dance. Now, the reason Pentecostals and holiness people be turned up, I'm not saying they all faking it, because I was mounted in that fucking church where I was just criticizing. We still black people. We still got black ass ancestors. That music is still black ass turned the fuck up us. Feel me? But the object of our ceremony is what's flawed. The object in our mind's eye of who we are focusing this energy on is what has us fucked up. Because I'm not saying them people wasn't in their kitchen what they call the Holy Spirit. What they call the Holy Spirit is they people them, having an opportunity to speak to them for a change. But because they only see the Holy Spirit was synonymous to white, male, God, and son, they cannot have the true, deep epiphany that spirit in this movement is trying to put down on them. You feel me? That has only happened for me. And even within the context of E5, it's only happened a handful of times where I was able to absolutely clear everything out of my mind but me and the drum and the dance in that moment, and let all the way to go. That my letting go is shocking to some. It's shocking. It's shocking. And so even people's response to me descending all the way into ceremony people's response, I remember, I am aware of. And so since I've been in California, and especially since I'm not surrounded by Black people, I bet me watching Black people respond to my descent into ceremony, and their response is like, this is shocking. People who are already in the tradition, people who are already up in that shit, seeing me 3 times the whole 15 years I was in E5, descend into straight up unbridled ceremony, and they're like, yo, like that was something else, and not in a good way. Like their face is like shocking. It was unexpected for them. And so even witnessing that in other people respond to what happens to me unbridled, I have been again hyper vigilant about suppressing ceremony when I feel taken over. I'm telling you, I be having breakthroughs and downloads that are more like conscious and mental, but spirit involved or whatever. And I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even think about that. Let me write that down before I forget it. That was not today. Today was something different. Today was something different, and I could feel myself backing myself up, walking myself back. Like, nope, can't do that here. Can't do that here. Can't do that now. But that is as close to like, today was deep. Today was fucking deep. Today was deep. Today was deep. Today was deep. Today was deep. And I want that. I'll be honest. I want that. When I feel that close to like something way radical, more than just me dumping shit that's coming to me in real time that I didn't even see before and couldn't have seen because that wasn't the moment. I want that. And I haven't had it since I've been here 7 years. I have not been in a scenario, in a space, in a time, in a moment where I felt completely safe to absolutely let go, and let her take the fuck over and do what it is she see fit. I have not had that. And I've only had it 3 times in my conscious life, and then once against my will as a 9-year-old girl. You feel me? I not only do I want that, we need that. We need that. Not just me. We need that. To look at your life and know in a moment that you have never been in a space safe enough. You being born female, you being born a woman of color, you being born a Black female, that you cannot pinpoint a moment in your life where you were so unbridled, so uninhibited, so clear in the moment and safe in that moment that whatever happens, something or someone has you so that you can feel safe to fully walk into that chaos. We need that. That's the breakthrough that she's waiting for us to experience. It really, really is. When we say in the conspiracy that we call on the great primordial serpent of the deep, that we are waking the great serpent to assist in this mission. Who y'all think I'm talking about? Who y'all think I'm talking about? I'm talking about you. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about us. That's the serpent we must wake. That's the giant we must free. That's the little rebel always looking for a crack in the armor to make a breakthrough, to get up in there. That's your little, what's her name? Tinkerbell? That's your little Tinkerbell. That's your little mischievous fairy always trying to sabotage the father, always trying to sabotage the son, Peter Pan, always trying to find some way where there is no way. Her little mischievous self. Little did we know she was the hero of the story. Little did we know she was the hero in the story. You feel me? We need that. We need that. Today was certainly something. Today was certainly something. Today was certainly something. And I, yep. Well, I'm gonna stop making notes. I'm gonna stop making notes of shit I'm gonna talk to y'all about, because for the last 2 weeks, every time I get up on here with a well orchestrated set of notes about this thing, I'm gonna put down on y'all, and it's gonna blow your mind. And in 3 minutes into the live, I done deviated from the whole shit, from the whole plan, from the whole plan. I think I got to talk to you about one thing I was up on. So there you go. And we put now officially 6 hours into the shit. I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone. I love you all. Appreciate you all. This was profound. Power up. I'll be back tomorrow for the reading of the conspiracy to right all wrongs. Peace. Ooh.